Oh, okie dokie artichokes. Welcome to the stream. I've got Pixie here. I'm going to bring her up in just a second. Just to run through things that people might see later. Please take a moment to read our information box. These are the prices for readings when we're streaming. And this is Pixie's channel. DIYs on the cheap on the YouTube, the Tube of You. So please go check that out. She also has a second channel, We Bought a Hoarder House, that you need to everybody check out and see her awesome things. And I think that's it, at least in terms of hello, goodbyes, opening statements, what have you. Hold on a second here. I'm going to bring Pixie up. There we go. Hi.
Hello.
So anybody that's been here before, and nobody's here now anyway, but if you're watching this later, again, Pixie is the reader or sitter for this channel, which is amazing. She's amazing at it. And again, though, she's an amazing craft artist. And this is her channel again, DIYs on the cheap. And then she has a secondary channel, We Bought a Hoarder House. Both of those are on the Tube of You. And you should totally check them out and subscribe, all of that stuff. Speaking of, if you are new here, welcome, but also please do take a minute to like, subscribe, dislike, whatever. Just engage with us. We would appreciate that very much. And I'm going to try and remember to say that more. We've been gone for a while. Largely, that is my fault, although Pixie and I both, she was gone for a while, actually. In the last month I did streaming, like we both are just mostly fighting physical battles this summer, but and alternating times to do it. So we've been gone a while, and we may, poof again sometime next week. And I'm sorry about that, but we're doing the best we can to be here. A lot of times in the gaps, we're still working with a lot of you guys that actually visit here, know that we've been talking to you on the side doing private readings and stuff anyway. So I'm glad we haven't all lost touch. But to those that I haven't spoken to in that time frame, I hope you're all doing well. And we're glad to be back tonight, and hopefully we'll continue to be around more. That's what we're both hoping. Feel good, hang out, that kind of stuff. We were just looking at Pixie's new crystals. She bought a whole bunch of new crystals to help, since her abilities are blooming big. They already existed, and then now she's going through like a time of rapid growth. I think we all are to some degree, but in terms of rapid growth, I've been having weird stuff happen too. But I guess there's a difference when things all of a sudden go, hello, you can see me a lot more of the time, and I'm going to show up on your cameras and all kinds of stuff. Pixie's had a lot of that stuff going on, so that's fun and crazy.
Yeah, that's been interesting.
Just talking.
It's been very interesting.
I bet. I'm glad we got crystal stuff.
Not gonna say it's not weird, but it's interesting.
Well, I'm so glad that most of it's not scary, right?
Yeah.
So I'm sure it's startling, because even when it's good, it can be startling, especially at the beginning. But even when you've been like this for years, there's certain things where it's like, hello, what the hell? What's going on?
I think at one time it probably would have scared me, but I don't know. I'm just so much more open than I ever was that it just, I don't know. It's kind of hard to explain.
Well, you've been kicking it with a weirdo, so it's, you still win the normality contest, at least for right now. We'll see later on how it is.
My Thelma.
But yeah, she's starting to see spirit people, and I'm talking more to trees. We're just crazy. It's good crazy. It's a good crazy. The trees send their regards.
Yeah, it's been something.
I bet. And then lots of interpersonal stuff where, we're just hoping to send good energy out to um, our loved ones that they've had, maybe it's not been a woo woo summer, but it's been a crazy summer for a lot of people.
Yeah.
Speaking of woo woo people, though, I'm going to mention it now and try and mention it later. Reverend Donna Serafina, Psychic Reverend Donna Serafina here on YouTube. She has a way bigger channel than I do. Her doggy, Rocky, is sick. Now, I posted a little short video that just links you to her stuff. And I'm not somebody that can afford to donate, and so I'm not asking anybody else to do that. But I am asking people to pray for her or meditate or whatever your version of that is, for them, because she's done so many good things for so many people, and for a channel her size as well. Like, she really does majority of her stuff free. She tries to anyway, right? Like how I try to, and it's, you suffer for it. And so we have that in common, where I watch her market everybody else and make them a fortune, and then when it comes to marketing yourself, like, you just should do more. You're still doing
You
the
just
work
suck
and
at
giving
it.
it away for free.
You just suck at
Yeah, I
it.
do. Yeah, I do all of the work and give a lot of it away for free, which is, again, I believe in energy trade. So, like, if the people would just energetically be compensating, I would be okay with that. But I'm not gonna lie, I get frustrated because it's sort of like, listen, I know that, like, I'm offering this stuff, and so take me at my word, I'm good for it. But there are so many other things you can do to be reciprocal energetically, right? You can like things, share things, promote for somebody. And to me, it's amazing how many people don't choose to do that. Like, how it's not like like, my brain, and like, everybody's different, right? But my brain automatically goes like, okay, I can't help somebody this way. How else can I help them? Right. And I know Pixie's like that. And so the number of people that don't think that way, that that like pelt my texts or private messages, but then never pop up here, even hitting the like button. It's sort of astounding to me that they're comfortable with that. And I probably shouldn't be shocked, because everybody's different. I'm not saying they're bad people. They're just probably busy, but it just does always surprise me that it's not something that crosses the average person's mind. Like, okay, I can't pay for it, but what else could I do? Like, I don't know. That seems like, to me, like, second nature. Yeah, you would hope that it would be for others, but it isn't necessarily. But so Reverend Donna Serafina is like that as well, in the sense that she gives a lot of stuff away, um, and a lot of her time, and spends a lot of time doing things and never asking for anything in return. And if you go and watch her video, this doggo is, we all love our pets. I love my pets very much, but it's her and this doggo. And she has endured a lot of really rough life experiences when it comes to her very close loved ones. So this is not, she says it on her video, right? That, this is not just like fear of losing her dog. It's, it brings up the unaliving of her brother, the unaliving of her daughter, like a lot of things. And that she is sort of, in some ways, certainly not from spirit, but in like from humans, a lot of times she's isolated. And so it's her and this dog. So she's very scared. So she could use prayers. She does have a GoFundMe that someone else set up for her, and I think it's really helping. So if you can't, if you prefer to do that, if that's easier for you, because money is also energetic exchange, right? Like, if that's more comfortable, but please share that out, anybody that happens to hear this, because I've never seen her ask for anything, I guess is what I'm saying. She's done so much for people. Never ever before now seen her ask for anything. I don't know her super well. It's not like she's a bestie. There's nothing sneaky going on behind the scenes where she's going to benefit like if she's asking for help with her dog, she means it. Like that money's not gonna, like we've known some people on social media, personally, Pixie and I, and some of the people that hang out here that were running hardcore scams. She is not one of those people. So please at least send a prayer up, because golly, I feel bad for her. And it's got to be really scary for her to be asking for any kind of help, to be honest. Because I've never seen that happen. But so, yeah. But, that being said, please pray for us. We'll pray for you. please hit the like button and share button for us as well. We'll do that for you. Please, if you can't afford the prices, but you can afford to tip and you would like a reading, approach us. We're always negotiating, but we would love exchange. A fair exchange would be nice moving forward for everyone that's sitting here. I've been getting frosty lately too when, and like this is something I have to work on, but when like, and it's not even on my own behalf. It's when like I've sat with people in privates and done hours worth of reading, and then, and it's always an emergency, and I get that, but it's always like has to happen now. And then after all of that, like all of the universe, like guides and angels come forward and offer their very greatest advice. So I don't even get angry lately on my own behalf. I get like angry on the angels' behalf and the guides' behalf. Like they come and give so much of their attention and love and tolerate trying to translate to me, which, to them, I'm sure I'm very slow. They spend all of this time and energy. And then these people just immediately, like the guides usually also, they don't just corner people. They're saying like, they usually give advice where it's like, well, this is the absolute worst you could do. This is the best you could do. And if you don't want to choose the best, here are some other options that are sort of neutral, right? And people seem to be lined straight for the one thing that they're told they should not do over and over and over again. And it actually, like, there have been some times, I get mad, but I also cry because I feel like, oh my goodness,
yeah.
Like you have an angel that loves you so much, or a family member that's on the other side that loves you so much. They spend all this time looking into what's best for you and loving you, and clearly it was something that was supposed to happen, or we wouldn't have even been having that conversation. That conversation aligned. So we were supposed to be having that conversation. And 95% of the time, those people have sought out that conversation. They've been calling me, looking to have that conversation, and then immediately walk in the opposite direction. And I just think, oh my goodness, that's quite the disrespect for like God and God's peeps, like, and it makes me really sad sometimes. Now, I'm not saying I always take the advice either. Like some of it's really hard to take. But I try.
And some of us are just stubborn.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I think we all are, like, I'm saying,
I know I am.
I don't always take the advice, even though I'm really connected, but I do always try to, like, they negotiate and at least pick one of those middle options, because it's like, okay, I know they love me and I can't do, for whatever reason, I can't bring myself to do the very best thing. Either I'm not ready for it yet, or I'm just being a jackass. I don't know. Depends on the situation. But I try to, at least when they're so good at giving us a middle ground, I try really hard to stay in that middle ground. And like, that's what I would advise a lot of people. And I guess maybe the other advice is, if what you're looking for is entertainment and you're bored and you just want the drama of it all, just say that, so that we can just do a tarot reading and not bother the guides and angels. Let them, have the night off. If you just really want to talk about something and have a bit of drama, I respect that. That's fine. Right. But let's not involve them. Because it just hurts my feelings on their behalf. I'm sure they can take it way easier than I can, but
that was a good way of describing that. I like that. If you're just coming in, if you're just coming in for fun, just let us know. For entertainment, we'll just do tarot.
Yeah, we'll still talk to you about whatever you got going on that's dramatic and give our own best advice and, that kind of thing. But if if you already know yourself enough to know, I think if you're
not going to listen, don't ask.
Yeah, or at least
Seriously.
let's not involve the divine, right? Like let's not flip
Right.
off the angels more than we have to.
They probably have, other things they could be doing.
Yeah, I mean they're all powerful. They can take it. I know they can, but like the thing
Well,
still
yeah,
is
but still,
it's just sort of like if you already know what you're going to do, but really what it is you want to talk about it. Like you want to talk
mhm.
about a boy or a job or whatever it is, and you just
Then
want to stir up
again,
some energy.
some of it I can get because until you fully open up, it's, I mean, I can see both sides. I'm sure I mean, you've always known, seen, talked, knew. Like, I know whenever, I went through kind of that phase. It wasn't actually like, I mean, it wasn't for entertainment, but it wasn't like I wasn't ready to fully,
Well,
open up
sure.
and,
Well, and that's why I don't know if you've noticed, but like that's why the readings have changed too. That's why it's not just like their best advice, like consciously. That's why in the readings it's like, okay, what is like your first choice angels, but then what is your second, third, fourth, fifth, right? Like, and then what's
yeah.
worst scenario. So my problem is not really with because I don't like I'm saying I don't always take the advice. Sometimes I just can't. Sometimes I'm stubborn. Sometimes I don't
Mm,
wanna like, but if there that's another reason why like with the guides we expanded to we always try and talk about okay you know that top choice might be hard or something that we're not ready for or whatever, and it's good to know what it
mhm,
is, but can we talk about the middle ground and what that might be. And so there's so much middle ground. They give so much middle ground that then when I
mhm.
watch somebody automatically pick the one thing they said, nah, right? It's like, okay,
Right.
they gave you so much, like we've been trying to expand the readings so that you can like
Yeah.
have like so many choices that you can make that are like neutral at worst, right?
Yeah.
And then it's just sort of like over and over and over and over like they'll
Yeah.
tell
Because,
somebody like hey don't do this just for a week, like they'll say don't they're not like never, they're like just give it a little window of time. Sometimes it'll be 48 hours, sometimes it'll be a month or whatever, but they'll recommend
mhm,
that. And then somebody, it's like especially when it's like 72 hours and somebody is like oh no screw that, it's like you couldn't wait 3 days to find out, like it's not
yeah.
usually something urgent, right? Like you could really wait 3 days and see. And a lot of times in my life, even when I haven't taken the advice, if I pay attention to what happens 72 hours later, it's like, that's why they told me wait 3 days because I didn't have this piece of information and I wasn't going to get it until now. But I've already gone and made a choice. Um, and when like lately that you've been asking people to wait rather than telling them yes, no, don't, like they've just been saying give it this window of time. And then like I've watched people who have totally booked schedules who on like if somebody approached them on any normal day and said hey tomorrow could you get together, they'd have 84 things to do, right? But like because they've been given the advice to wait 3 days, they shove everything out of that schedule that normally would be a big issue and immediately do the one thing they've been asked not to do. It's like, seriously, they'll give them like, here's 27 things you could do and still be participating with this thing that maybe not great for you, but if you're going to participate, here's 27 ways that are totally innocuous, right? Here are the best, which I know is hard, and then here's like the one thing that you shouldn't do. And I've watched so many people just beeline straight for that one thing, and it's like, damn, why did you ask?
mhm.
Because I mean, I think you're referencing, some readings where it was like really black and white, and like those are still truths that they were telling us. We know that because now time has passed and we know they were telling you the truth, like we've seen it happen.
Mm,
But
mhm.
it really was more black and white. But that's why, like over time,
Well,
I've
and
learned to
yeah.
ask and learned to say, like, hey, there's all of this gray area where if you can't handle this, here are like so many things you could do with this energy, with this person, or with this whatever the thing is, and
Mhm.
mess up your life, but here's some advice. Just avoid these one or
Don't
two
do
things.
this. Yeah.
It'll really jack you up. And then I watch people immediately beeline for that one thing. And it's like, okay. Then what did you want? Like, you really, I think, did you come here so that they told you the one thing you couldn't do because you're looking for the drama? Like, what is it? Like,
Yeah. And you know my biggest deal on all of this. It just I'm not nearly as what's the word? They're plucky.
you're not what?
I wouldn't say nice. I don't have as much patience, I guess. And what really gets to me is like you've got people that come through over and over and over again, and they want to know this and they want to know that, but yet they don't listen to anything, like Plucky was just saying, and it gets old. It's like, why are you even coming here?
Yeah, she's gotten pretty hot on my behalf a lot of times in the past where I've just been laughing, like,
It's tiring. It really is. It's just like, come on,
it can
like
be. It can be.
move
Now,
on, move on, move on.
you know what's
Where's
occurred to
my
me?
wrench?
You know what's occurred to where's my wrench? You know what's occurred to me though, like just now, like as we're sitting talking about it, maybe that's another reason to charge. Maybe part of the thing is because I give so much away for free, like they've got nothing to lose, right?
Yeah.
They haven't lost $20. They've gotten 5 hours of undivided attention, right? And so from myself and the universe, right? And I've had people say like it feels so good to talk to you and stuff. Well, that ain't me. That's the fact that like when we sit down to talk, all of the parts of the universe that love them the very most gather closer, right?
Mm-hmm.
That's why it feels so good. And so maybe that's another reason to charge, to be maybe like the charge button is more like are you sure? And again, like if like I had a friend that does readings on this platform compare it, because I was like, I feel weird and guilty when somebody comes on and asks about the same like boy trouble every week, right? Taking their money. And they were like, why? Like, don't you buy things at the impulse aisle at the grocery store? Just let them. If they want to buy the tarot version of a magazine or a pack of gum or whatever, just let them buy it. Like if it
If
makes
they
sense.
want to buy Snickers every day, let them buy that Snickers.
Yeah, right. And I'm like, that makes total sense. And sometimes I have a hard time bringing myself to do it, which is crazy because again, like I've managed so many other people's like contracts and things for the other type of work I've been in a long time, and always negotiate hard for them. But when it comes to me, and it used to be, well, that's fine, right? It just was me. But I have a family. Like I should really be at least drawing a hard line for them. I'm just too much of a pussy.
You should be a hard ass.
I don't
I
know about that.
mean, I can do it for you if you need me to. You know I'm capable.
I know you're capable, but we've watched, I walk right through that. It's always my fault.
Yeah,
It's always my fault.
and you don't listen worth shit.
No, that's why I'm saying, like, when I'm saying this stuff about not listening to the guy, it's like, I get it. I'm not trying to be a hypocrite because I totally get it. I ignore things that I should do too. We all do. But
Yeah, even when somebody's sitting there saying, hello, hello, it's time to stop now. Hello. Okay, time's up. Okay, it's been 15 minutes. Okay, it's been 30 minutes.
I mean, listen, I do know some of that is the high. Like
But I
there is
but I get it though. I mean, I know you've got to feel like this is stuff you've got to relay. This is stuff you've got to tell them. But
that's
there's
part of
got to be a line drawn
there's a
somewhere.
selfish part too though. There's a energetic selfish part. Like that's why I call it being on angel dust, because it does feel so amazing. Like it staying connected to them like that, right? And having their energy and advice like coursing through my body. That is a high.
Yeah.
That I don't necessarily want to disconnect from, like once they're really flowing for people or whatever. And so that's, like I'm an angel dust junkie. To clarify, just in case anybody heard just this part, I'm talking about angels in the spiritual sense, not angel dust like PCP. But
hey, we might have to put that on a mug.
yeah, I mean angel dust is yeah, yes. Um we could do one for pixies too, right? Like for the fae, right? If people don't want to call them angels, if they want to call them fairies or goddesses or whatever their words are, right? I'm sure there's a play on words, right? High on pixie dust, high on angel dust. High on.
Yep.
I snorted a line of the goddess Ganesh, and I'm not stopping anytime soon. Oh, hold on 1 second. I've got something buzzing, but here, I'll be right back. Hold on. Seriously, Pixie fell out while I was gone. Girl, are you kidding me?
You should have known.
I don't know. Like, usually I think that when connection problems, it has to do with our energies together. So I was gone. So what happened?
Oh, I'm so good at kicking myself out somehow.
It's like I came back. I was like, I can't see the little bubble like moving, like talking.
It was just like, ooh.
I wandered into my house a little bit to do what I was doing, and they're watching Dead Like Me, and I was like, yeah, that suits. Like,
That's such a good show.
it is a good show, right? Like when it
Yeah.
first came out, I was like, oh my gosh, I find it so relatable, even though I'm not dead. I still found it really relatable, and I was like, oh my gosh, I love this show because it came out way before even like Ghost Whisperer. Which when Ghost Whisperer came out, I was real excited by that too. Damn it, I forgot the thing I was going to grab. Hold on 1 second. But the I can't believe that. But so anyway, when Ghost Whisperer first came out, I was like, we'll see how it is or whatever. And then it was like, oh my gosh.
Love that show.
I was like, this is so accurate to a lot of my experiences, growing up and in my like teens and 20s. And it was just like, what the heck? Like who knows this? And then I got into it and it was like, oh, a famous psychic is the consultant on this show. So this makes total sense to me. I was like, okay, because I was like, who told them? Like, because some of this is so accurate. Like, there were so many things in the Ghost Whisperer show where it was like, this is exactly how the majority of my experience has been, right? Where like she'd walk down into her living room and suddenly be in the jungle and just somebody would say one thing and then disappear or whatever. It's like, yep, that's true. That's exactly how that goes down. Who knows that, right? And I'm trying to remember, I can see his face, but I'm trying to remember, I'm going to look up his name because He's famous, but for some reason, I'm looking it up really quick. Come on, typing. Because she was okay. There's one. They're giving a name, Mary Ann Winkowski, but that's not who I'm talking about. Hold on here. What was the name of the famous psychic that consulted on Ghost Whisperer? James Van Praagh. That's who I'm talking about.
Yeah.
Because when I saw that, I was like, oh, well, duh. But I did find it interesting because, I'd seen him work and I knew that he was legitimate just based on, how he was working. But then when, I saw that stuff, it was like, oh, wow, we really do have very, our symbolism and the way things happen for us is really similar, which is interesting to me. Okay, I need to grab my drink. I'll be right back. Don't fall off.
Okay. I'll try. What you got? Pork chop. Pork chop.
No, I did not go to Costa Rica to get my Diet Coke. I got distracted. Very distracted. But it's because I ran into the egg. And the egg was like, "Oh, you're streaming? I'm going to go pick on Pixie." It's like, "No, you're not. Nuh-uh." Mother says no. And then there was talk about Sylvia Brown. I don't know where you went, but I'm here. I'm still here. I think Pixie joined me going to Costa Rica to get a drink. Sorry, it took a while. I know that someone was here. Might have been the egg. I'm not certain. If it was the egg, hello, egg. I love you, the egg. Very, very much. So I have this deck out. It's an Oracle deck. But like a lot of things, I purchase things, and because sometimes it'll be like it's something I'm interested in, but I know I don't really need it immediately, but it's on like super mega sale and I don't want to miss it or whatever. And then I put them aside, or sometimes I get tapped by spirit to purchase something and then I set it on a shelf. And sometimes it can be a couple of years, which is lovely because then I don't need to like go shopping. I can go to my little shelf and be like, "Okay, you guys want me to bring out something new? What is it?" It's this Oracle deck right now. And sometimes it'll be that they've tapped me and then I'll realize like, "Oh my goodness, I bought for someone." And now I know who it's for, which is cool. Sort of a fun way to shop. Shopping with spirit. We, my cousin and I did that a lot with our grandmother a couple of years ago when my cousin was first wanting to hear more from the other side. Our grandmother like sat with me and picked out like a coat and a handbag for my cousin because she was sort of like her second mama. And she was like, "No, it has to be this coat, even though those look identical, because I'm going to get you a great deal." And then it would be like crazy where, it was like multiple coupons or discount codes and it'd be almost no money, or like on Poshmark where somebody would say, "Hey, I'll just give this in exchange for one of your written reviews or whatever." And so she always would direct us to something where very little commerce had to be exchanged, but she would have purchased her a brand new coat and handbag, and then wound up doing that for my aunt as well, which was interesting. So if you ever want to go shopping with your loved ones from the other side, some of them are really into it. Which it was fun. It was really fun, actually. Shopping with spirit. You could literally maybe open up a Poshmark and do something like that. It would be kind of fun. Actually, hello to whomever's here. Is it the egg? Is it someone else? Regardless, hello. Love and light to you. Would love it if you'd say hello in return. But regardless, welcome. Pixie is here, I think. I took a break and wandered too far just merely to get a drink.
I am here.
She's back. Did you wander to get a drink too?
I did, and I'm also I'm muting so you don't get pinged.
Pinged? Oh,
Pinged, dinged.
There's people saying stuff around you, huh?
Well, I mean, Jimmy's on his phone, so I don't want nothing to cross over.
Yeah, well, yeah. If it's content, especially, that can be a problem. Mm-hmm. Hello to the folks that are here. Welcome. Please do say hello if you feel like it. Otherwise, hello, love and light. Pixie's back. She's right there. She's muted. She's muted because sometimes we'll get like a if her lover boy is watching something on television or something, like we've gotten some copyright dings because there's enough of the material that crosses over, which is nutty but true. And so right now, while it's TV time in the shared space. That's why she's quiet. But so anyway, so these cards, this particular deck is one of those ones I was talking about where, you know, it'll be on sale and I know I need to purchase it eventually, but it doesn't feel urgent, but it'll be like, oh my gosh, this is the only time it's going to be $4 instead of $24 or whatever. Or sometimes guides will like tap me and say, hey, you need to purchase that. And I won't know why. And sometimes it'll be because it was for someone else. Sometimes it sits there and then a couple years later or a couple months later, it's like, oh my goodness, this thing is totally usable. Oh, Pix is on the YouTube side. So you're the one, you're chatting from over there. I see. So this is an Oracle deck, since we're just here, me, myself, and me chatting it for the moment. It's the Magical Spirit Oracle, The Brilliance of You, Alexis Raccoon, Rakun, Raccoon. I'm not sure. I don't how to say it.
Hey, can you shrink me so I can see the cards better?
Oh yeah.
You know, I am old and going blind, so
Is that better? Are you shrunken?
it is. Thank you.
You're welcome. So yeah, so it's the Magical Spirit Oracle, The Brilliance of You, and so like it came out. It came up the other day that I needed to use it, and so I haven't gotten to use too much of it for our readings, but I'm going to be doing more and more, and I have done a few. And they are done slightly differently. I mean, of course, they're sort of standard Oracle deck, although I still feel like this is a little more thought than some, right? Because they have them divided into elements. Even they have the ones that are listed as fire cards, those that are earth, those that are air and water. And then they talk about, hold on, I missed a page. It said about the creatrix, right? Which would be the creator, but it doesn't actually say anything about the creator, really. This was published, when was it? There's the 2023. So I think it was like new release on Uber sale, and that's why it wound up on my shelf at the time. And I remember thinking the art was pretty, but then when it came, I was like, I'm not supposed to use this, but I sort of think I knew that at the time of purchasing it, I think. Okay. This is printed, published, or whatever outside of Australia, Rockpool Publishing, which this is the first time I've heard of Rockpool Publishing. And again, like I said, they have it divided by elements. That's not the norm necessarily for oracles. Here's what it says just as a welcome. It says, to start on your journey, I offer you a gift in the form of a prayer or spell. May this oracle deck bring you a continued and abundant amount of inspiration. May it assist you when you seek further clarity. May it help show you the way when you feel you are lost. May it remind you that your power is already within. Bless the holder of these cards, which is very sweet. And then they talk about an oracle deck, which from their perspective, again, which is way more detail. So I'm already really liking the detail in the book. So if you're especially like either a literal reader or just really appreciate whatever the original intentions are, sometimes I do that. Sometimes I'm more energetic reader, just depends, but I do definitely appreciate the effort that she put into this. Talking about reading, how to read the cards, the different elements, and what they mean to at least her, or at least in the confines of this deck. And like even like with every element, talks about which cards they are, which chakra it's associated with, the overall arching energy of that element. And it gives an angel number affiliated with each element. So like angel number 111 is associated with fire here. Angel number 222 is for earth. 333 is air. So Pixie's air. I mean, we're all a mixture of things, but her sun sign is air. And then 444 is water. I'm water. And yeah, so they've put a wonderful amount, and then they give an affirmation spell. But so again, they're talking about each card, right? So each card also has an affirmation spell or words of affirmation, and then a manifestation enhancer. So I don't have them in order because I have been working with them a little bit, but here in a second, I'm going to shuffle them and we'll just see what falls. So we'll read Pixie. We're just going to do like a general read using these cards for Pixie. So we'll shuffle for Pixie and read for Pixie here so we can experience the deck and she gets advice. So God, angels, archangels, guides, and ascended masters, those that are of the light and from the light, please watch over any readings we do and any tools we use. As we have this live stream, please watch over and protect and guide this particular reading as well. Please watch over and protect those, the reader, that's me in this case, the sitter, that's Pixie, but in this case, she's also the recipient, the receiver, and anyone else who might view this content at any point. Please help me to be able to properly interpret the messages that you're wanting to send, in this case to Pixie. Please help Pixie to be able to properly interpret what she hears for the use of her higher and greater good moving forward into life. And please watch over and protect us. Watch all of the doorways, gateways, windows, energetically speaking, and otherwise, as anytime we open to get information. So please only allow in that is of God and from God, the love and light, the genuine truth and care, and anything for a higher and greater good. We're trusting you guys, God and the angels and the saints, etc. Goddess, goddesses, fairies, any words for the divine, to watch over those gateways and only allow what's best for everyone here into any engagement we have this evening and moving forward. I'm going to set these down because I think I have a God's alarm going off so it doesn't interrupt this. I'm going to do that first so that we can play Pixie cards, time to do some Pixie cards, time to get your paper and your pencils. I think I'm old. That's from Captain Kangaroo. Bill Cosby did a segment way before he had a TV show on Captain Kangaroo called Picture Pages, where they would draw something and then tell a story about.
I do remember that.
Do you? Yeah, I figured. Yes. I mean, we're in a similar age group, right? So
but Captain Kangaroo was my jam, man.
Right, Mr. Green.
I love me. Yes, I love me some Captain Kangaroo.
I did too. It's so funny too, because when you think about like how 70s he was and how
I know that polyester suit.
Right, like he totally, like, all at the same time, he did look like a children's entertainer, but he also looked like he ran a used car lot and might be into like producing soft porn. I mean, I'm not saying
or at least on a strip club.
Anybody that listens to this, I'm not saying that Captain Kangaroo actually did those things.
No.
But he definitely, if you look up Captain Kangaroo and see his outfit, man, you'll totally understand what we're talking about.
If you went by first impressions alone, your mind could wander.
Yeah, he definitely.
But it was a great show. It was a great kids show.
It was fun. I'm having.
They just don't make kids shows like they used to.
I don't know. I mean, I think they're all different. Everything's different, right? Like, generationally speaking, it's going to speak differently to all of us. I do think there are some really good kids shows out there, because I hear little kids giving feedback about certain things. I think a lot of them are on the internet, though. On this platform, like, where people are offering
right. Would you like some ice cream?
I was trying to remember. So I remember from Captain Kangaroo, of course, I remember Captain Kangaroo. I remember Mr. Green Jeans. I remember Picture Pages. But do you remember any of the other characters? And then I'm going to mute and take these minutes here so we can move on.
What about I don't know if it was on Captain Kangaroo or if it was on some. Remember, um, Junction.
Oh,
What's
that
your
was
function?
that was Schoolhouse Rock, right?
Yeah,
Conjunction,
Schoolhouse
junction,
Rock.
what's your function?
Yep.
Or I'm just a bill. I live on Capricorn Hill.
Yep.
Okay, hold on.
and
I'm gonna
the
take
and
these.
the and the electricity song. I don't
Yes,
remember
yes.
that one though.
I don't have it off the top of my head. Probably I've listened to two notes though. That's how that stuff is, right? Like, and then it's
Um.
like, oh, now I know everything. Okay, hold on. I'll take these before we like drag this on. But I'm gonna look it up here in a second too because it's driving me crazy. Like I want to know who
Okay.
was Captain Kangaroo. Hold on. Okay, since I'm slow, I'm playing some of that lame music here just for a minute. Okay, I played one that I know Pixie likes there at the end. It was like, I was trying to remember which one, where she was like, I don't hate that one. And I was like, oh, I got it. It's the one called Southern Gothic, which makes a little sense, actually.
Yeah, I was jamming.
Yeah, I was like, you should put one on Shank since we're doing that. Okay, Captain Kangaroo. I looked it up. Here are some characters. I don't remember half of them, which is interesting, but Mr. Green Jeans, we remembered, right? Captain Kangaroo, we remembered. Slim Goodbody, I don't remember. Bunny Rabbit, who is a puppet. The Banana Man, don't remember the Banana Man.
Was Slim Goodbody the farmer?
Let me see. It doesn't have a good picture. Educational superhero character. No, he was the one that wore a bodysuit where you could see the inside of his organs.
Oh,
like it was
yeah.
a bodysuit where you could see all the organs. Okay, I looked him up.
Yeah.
There's then the Banana Man, Captain Kangaroo, of course, Mr. Baxter. Let's see if it tells us anything. If it tells, like, what he did, it doesn't really say much about Mr. Baxter. Okay. There's Aunt Maud, Sailor Clyde, Mr. Homan, Debbie, and Kathy. And they don't actually have Bill Cosby listed. He's in the pictures, but I don't remember what his character was named. I'm going to look at the cast here. Okay, I'm going to put up Bill Cosby, see what his... I know it was Picture Pages. Okay, Bill Cosby played Kangaroo Bill on Picture Pages. I don't remember that name, but I do remember Picture Pages because that was one of my favorite parts, was Picture Pages. Where picture pages, time to make your picture page, time to get your paper and your pencil. You draw and tell stories. And I liked that. I know it's controversial to like Bill Cosby content, but the truth is, first of all, if we criticized every artist for being a dirty pervert, any artist that was a dirty pervert, there'd be very, very few artists and entertainers left in the world because they're humans, and unfortunately some of them are in a really dark industry. And so many famous artists. Now I don't know that they were all like that bad. Let me just say that I don't think that they were all tranquilizing and assaulting people, but there are so many people because they're human beings, right? And they have addiction problems and just other issues. And so if we expected the people that provide us with entertainment and art to be perfect, like I think we'd have, or close to perfect, right? I think we'd have Mr. Rogers. Like that might be it. And even
I think you're right.
He didn't have any major issues, right? Like, but he also, when he had minor issues, he just was really open about it too, right? Just being a human being. But he was a wonderful human being. Like that's just sort of been universally agreed upon. Like he was very unusual. And there are wonderful people right now in Hollywood, right? But it's just a hard place to be normal, as we are seeing more and more. And hurt people. And when you're in an industry that ritualistically abuses the people that work in it, well, and then you're going to act shocked when then they start becoming abusers. I don't know. It's none of it is good and it's all ugly, right? But that's particularly gross, right? Like they abuse all these people. Some of the ones that are enormous abusers now, right? And they're like, how come you're a monster? Well, you made them a monster. And now you're blaming them for being a monster. Now, some are worse than others, and plenty of us in the world have been abused and try our damnedest not to become abusers. But I still think we hurt people on accident, like all the time, just not so violently and directly or whatever. I'm looking at the screen, looking at my hands. I'm going to talk about them just really quickly because my nails are all a different color because when I was away to not feeling well enough to, or having too many private readings or whatever, I was doing research on chakras, which I'm always learning more about and stuff. And every finger is affiliated with a particular chakra. And so I color coded them to remember. Now they're the same. Not every chakra gets a finger, I guess. But this one's green because green is heart chakra. So this finger is the one related to your heart chakra. This is blue because blue is the throat chakra. And this is red because it's your ring fingers are your root chakra. And this is orange because your pinkies are your sacral chakra. And then I didn't have like a true yellow, so I used acrylic paint. And yellow is your solar plexus chakra. So that's interesting to note. So if you're having like energetic issues or physical issues, and like maybe you're even like too sick to be mobile, first of all, you can do mudras, which is almost like yoga positions with your hands that people have used spiritually and healthfully for years in Eastern cultures. So you can almost just do yoga with your hands if your body can't do it. But if you are having trouble with either one of the like energies that comes from one of those chakras or physical trouble in those areas, you can utilize that finger and like massage it or heat it or cool it and get some relief, which I found very interesting. So that's why I've color coded my fingers to remember which chakra is which. I think it's funny that,
that's
the
cool,
one
actually.
flip each other off, right, is the throat chakra, right? Like, because that's the throat chakra. Like, if it's overactive, it's people saying too much and not really being able to withhold some of their opinions or whatever, overactive. And if it's underactive, then it's people like, it's clogged because they're not saying the things they need to say or speaking their truth or whatever. But I think it's funny because this is a very expressive finger. And it almost makes me wonder if, like, because that, that particular gesture has been used in lots of cultures over a long period of time, if that really, could it be that like they actually did that because it was attached to the throat chakra at one point? I don't know. But I think that it's interesting.
Respectfully.
Say that again. Cut out. What?
I said respectfully.
Yeah, respectfully. And then I did think it was weird that like the heart chakra wasn't the ring finger, because used to be when people got married a long time, hundreds of years ago, they'd put the ring on this finger, the pointer finger. However, they switched it to this one because they know that there is a vein that goes from your heart straight into this ring finger, not the one on your right hand, but the one on your left hand. There's a vein that goes, sort of almost straight from your heart into this finger, which is why they moved like the wedding bands to this finger, right? Because it sits over your heartbeat, I guess, was the metaphor. And so I was surprised that the heart chakra wasn't on this finger, that this is the root chakra. Although if you're talking about marriage rather than love, root makes sense, I guess, too, because it's more of like a family foundation, because you can have lots of love without the convention of marriage or family or whatever. And solar plexus chakra are the thumbs, which I think that's interesting, because kids nowadays, well, we all do, I guess, more so, but more different generations, like once things became cell phone wise, they use their thumbs. Like our generations use our pointer fingers more, but they've done studies, and so younger generations use their thumbs more. So like when they ring somebody's doorbell, they use their thumb, they don't use this finger, because they've done so much texting and stuff
That's
with
some
their
video
thumbs.
games.
Yeah, video games and texting and stuff. And so I think that's interesting, like, because it makes me wonder, like, does everybody have solar plexus problems because this is overactive? Like, that would be interesting to find out, right? And then sacral, I was thinking something dirty, because sacral is the most connected to like your sexual organs and things. Solar plexus is related in some ways too, but sacral, in a lot of women, the sacral chakra needs a lot of work just because of childbirth. Like even if they haven't experienced like sexual violence or anything like that, like because of childbirth, the sacral chakra can get kind of messed up. But I was thinking dirty things about what people do with their pinkies, and I was like, ha ha ha.
Not you.
Not me ever. Perverted. No. No. Somebody called Sloth Daddy comes on our channel, and I have to fixate on it for freaking 95 minutes.
Daddy.
I can't help it. It was just like, if you're gonna show up calling yourself that, you get ready. That's all I have to say. Because honestly, what else could they mean? That person really wasn't like, hey, I'm the father of a sloth, right? Like, they meant it. Now that I know them too, because I've been reading them more and stuff, they absolutely meant it. Like, now that I know them better, right? And so it's like, ha ha ha, you deserved it. But yeah, no, it's like, oh my goodness, my perversion is well renowned. I think about, there is something going on for me the last couple of years though with sacred sexuality, not just sexuality, but sacred sexuality and energy work, right? Because I just can't stop talking and thinking about like light worker lap dances. Like, I think about them all the time. Like, if somebody combined like a genuinely, still giving a genuine like sexually driven lap dance, but if they did it with like Reiki, you know, doing some types of Reiki, and with more like healthful respect to certain, paying attention to certain, like touching people's faces, you know what I mean, like acknowledging them as a human. First of all, there's so many groups of people that would be into that, right? Like people that are into like yoga and
Pilates and all that.
Yeah, I was trying to think of the tantric sex, you know, and people that are like into just energy work in general, but also are adults with, you know, healthy sexual appetites. Like, combining those two things could be, number one, they'd be interested in it both because sex and woo-woo stuff, but also like, it really, like, the more I like write about it and channel about it and think about it, it could be so super healing for a lot of people to have.
You're killing me with the woo woo.
Say that again.
I said you're killing me with the woo woo.
It's true though.
I know. It's just a bunch of woo woo.
It is. Woo! But seriously, it really would heal like so many people. And some of us have worked, you know, who've experienced a lot of sexual violence and stuff, have had to work really hard to like even have something even close to healthy sex life, right? Like, and have it not be so jacked up when it's such an essential part of being like an adult mammal. I'm saying, I don't mean just human, an adult mammal. Like, animals respect their need for it without it being weird. Like, but we all get all about it. And so I do think there'd be a lot of people into it, and a lot of people that would be helped by that kind of thing. It's just figuring out like where to start. Because I could list off 4 or 5 people I can think of right now that could literally do the dances, right? Like, I could, because Reiki, and then experience doing those kind of things. And then like the people that I know that have like done maybe not stripping, but burlesque and things, or that just were dancers that I knew like on tours and stuff, that are now into the yoga and Reiki and things. I just think, I think there's something to it. Like, when you do that, when you run the statistics and see how many people hire those professional huggers and things, you go, oh yeah, there's a lot of people that need like healing touch, but to still be acknowledged as an adult. So, and like, honestly too, like, it makes me think like, literally, if it was popular and then like every strip joint like had 90% of their staff was just normal strippers, but you could pay to get like a light worker lap dance if there was 1 or 2 on staff or whatever. I think the number of like violent people that were feeling, maybe that haven't, I'm not talking about like born psychopaths or things like that, but I'm talking about people that get a little bit like incel-esque from being angry about things, would maybe like there would be less of that. And those would be the places that we'd find those people that need that kind of contact. Just the friend I had that from online, the trucker, right? Like just hearing about, if he was working consistently and taking all of the orders that they gave him, which is what like most companies want, right? Like you can't very often turn down a run as a trucker, or they'll just replace you. And so that means like he really was driving. There was a period of time, right, where he drove like 83 days in a row without a day off and was never in the same place. And so had no contact with anybody, like family, brothers, sisters, parents, or girlfriends, none of it, like just had no contact. And so a lot of places those people they are in strip clubs because that's what's open when they park, at 3 a.m. And when you go by truck stops and stuff, that they put a lot of strip clubs by truck stops and things, because those people want something to do late at night and, want someone to touch them. Like, I just think there's something to that like, even if it helps, like 1% of the people that went there, that would be like an enormous number of people. And damn, professional huggers, they charge like $150 an hour. And, it started in like Japan and China and things like that, but it is a big business here in the States too. And there is absolutely no clothes off, in those situations at all. Like they are very strict policies. The people don't go wearing seductive clothes, anything like that. And they make freaking a lot of money.
Did you say hugger?
Mm-hmm.
Or
Professional
do you
huggers.
mean like hugger or like cuddler? Because there's a difference.
Cuddler. But some
Okay.
of them, it depends on what somebody wants. So they can go, somebody that feels uncomfortable, like climbing into a bed and being spooned, right, can hire them for like 30 minutes of hugging, where they just sit there and like embrace them for 30 minutes. So I think you're right. I think they are called professional cuddlers, but they're hugging services, which I think is so interesting. And the number of them that now have affiliated themselves with kink spaces, like there'll be like dungeons and things, right, that have like dominatrix and doms and, different people that offer certain services like that. But then a lot of times on staff, they'll have a cuddler. Not just like for aftercare, right? Like just because people that want to spend an insane amount of money on engaging, like some of the same people that want to lick boots also want to spoon for an hour afterwards. And I mean, $150 to not take your clothes off, like, or have to move around. Think of those of us that like have chronic illnesses and stuff. Crap, you just set up a comfy little room in some like dungeon space, right? Watch TV half the day and like cuddle people, and you have like you have 2 or 3 clients, and you're doing that's a good day.
Yeah.
And like that's a maximum of 3 hours of barely work. Like I'd be into it. That is more of an hourly than a stripper makes. When you break down what they bring home and they've worked a 12-hour shift, that is way more money than a stripper makes.
Yeah, and I don't see anything illegal about cuddling.
There is nothing. There isn't. They can't. There's nothing. I mean, there's nothing illegal about stripping. The problem is the encouragement by the staff to do illegal things.
Yeah.
The pressure. But like, yeah, I mean, hell, so a lot of the average stripper works at least a 9-hour shift, and if they come home with $1,000, that is nothing like $150 an hour. Like, plus then these people get tipped. And if it's their own business, and think about that too. Think about the business overhead. The overhead is my own clothes and a pillow and a blanket. Like, you could also like get a new mattress every 6 months and write it off. Like,
right?
You'd have the coziest bed, the nicest freaking pillows and bed sheets for sleep at night, and then use it for work too. Like, and then there's nothing else. Like, strippers are going through shoes and freaking baby oil and
Yeah.
clothes that get ripped and all kinds of, there's a lot more expense, I guess is what I'm saying. And they have to tip out like whoever else is working there and all that stuff. And the hugger's like, ha 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 ha. I never got out of my sweatpants today and I made $2,000. I mean, bet. What we're witnessing live is me considering leaving this channel right now to go become a cuddler. So please leave a comment below if you're interested in professional cuddling. I'll be able to massage your fingers to help your chakras too. And I can give you a Reiki lap dance. Hells bells, I'm charging $400 an hour. You get everything in one-stop shop.
Oh my goodness.
Pixie and I wanted to go cause trouble other places, but I think we're fine here.
Yeah.
New deck. Okay. Again, guys, this is for Pixie. Just a general read using these oracle cards, please. Help everything be for her higher and greater good. We're going to take it seriously so that we can show the deck, but also give her a nice oracle reading, please, and thank you. So, general read for Pixie. Please and thank you. I think I heard 5. Did you say 5? Okay. All right. I don't know. I mean, I've looked at these cards, but I don't see that came out like, woof. I mean, you literally, if like we rewound that, you could probably see like it looks like a hand pulled it out and threw it down. When those happen, I'm always like, I wish people could feel what I feel, because it literally feels like somebody's reached in and just slid it out. It's like,
that's crazy.
It's crazy when that happens. That's why they tell me to slow down a lot too, right? Because it's like I'm trying to grab one, like. That's too many, I think, unless it's. Do you guys want all 3? No, okay. Do you want the bottom one? Want this one? No. Okay. Just draw. I'm making sure. They are a little bit wide for this type of shuffle. And I don't have the world's smallest hands, so if you have tiny hands, they're a little wide. Okay, they were just telling me because I was like, dang. They were like, we're just getting the energy going since we haven't used these. I was like, okay. All right. You want both? Okay. And then 2 more. Ooh, that flipped like into my face. Sorry, guys, I could feel that time you guys were trying to get to it. This is a whole bunch. You want this bottom one? Okay. And if neither of these, do you want this one? Or you want this one for Pixie? Do you want this one for Pixie? So should we treat this one as the bottom of the deck? Okay, but we already have 5. So you want this one and the bottom of the deck? Okay, so they want to treat this one as like the bottom of the deck, which I would have pulled for that. Makes sense. I'm curious what it is on the bottom of the deck since we're looking at the cards. This is not going to be relevant to the read according to them, but the bottom of the deck was the energy card. It says power aura depletion. Call your energy back to you. It's just a really pretty, they're just really pretty cards. And then this is the back of them, which is really neutral colored. Okay. Let's see what Pixie got in this deck here. This will be the bottom of the deck, so we'll look at that last. Okay, so the first one is the Shaman. And it says the Shaman, Lunatic, Insights, and Cosmos. And then they've started lately when I've been privately reading, if the cards are numbered, paying attention to that a little bit as well. This is 30, card 30, but we numerologically, if we were doing numerology, we do 3 plus 0. So it's a 3 card, 3 energy. And then just in her little notes, because on these, they actually write little things on the notepads that you can read. So it says, am I crazy or is it the moon? So this is the Shaman card. So we're going to read what it says about number 30, the Shaman card. Let's see. We'll do it this way so that we can stay focused on. Can I lower this a little bit? How do I lower this? So we can look even closer here. Is that better? Can you see it better, Pix?
Yeah, looks good to me.
Okay. Since we're looking at new pictures. And then they're going to go in this order. But this is the one. I know there's a shine on it. Oh, I could turn the light off. That would help. That's better, right? Wait. Oh. Is that better? Or worse?
That's better.
Okay. Because I know that the light gives extra illumination, but it also shines off of it, and so it's hard to see the details, whereas here you can see the details now. Okay. Number 30, the shaman. For the Pixela. Let's see here. Okay. Number 30, the shaman. And then like in the book, they repeat the card and give some information, and then they give there's going to be a lot of content here. So the shaman, lunatic insights, cosmos, strangeness. The affirmation spell that you would use for this card is, I choose to listen and dance to the secret songs of the universe. Okay. Here's what it says. The crazy, in air quotes, the crazy, the shaman, the one who sees, lunatic is a word derived from the Latin word luna, meaning moon. So a lunatic is one who is moonstruck. There's a face on the moon. Can you see it in the night even when others cannot? This is the great paradox of the mystic. You hear the whispers that others cannot. You hear the secret songs of the universe. It is okay to be an outsider in a world of conformity and contempt, a world where those who are different are met with rejection from society, even if they are shamans, the seekers, and artists who point us to the way of truth, soul, and transformation. The moon is beaming sacred truths, mysteries, and visions to the one who can receive them, the one who is open to them. Some people have a special gift of insight that is revealed to them during certain times. This is pretty relevant so far. It is in the divine order of the cosmos for those who are chosen. Pulling the shaman card can be a call to embrace more of your crazy side, or to tune into it more at this time. You may be judged by others, but what you gain is far superior to their disapproval. The world needs more mystics and shamans to show us the soul of the world, to point us away from the suffocation of too much conformity, mundanity, and stagnation. The energy behind this card is that of dreams, ideas, and visions, especially spiritual and creative ones. Express, act on, create, and share what you are receiving from the mysterious. Harness your power of insight. Do not let it fade away and dim within you. In other words, use it or lose it. The more you do, the stronger it will become. And then on every card, they also have a manifestation enhancer, which is advice. So the manifestation enhancer for this one is, pay attention to which secret songs of the universe come to you at this time. And when you hear them, don't forget to dance. You can try staying up a bit later than you usually do, lighting a candle and seeing what comes through. Spending time in spiritual solitude will greatly enhance this time for you. Guided meditations that specifically open your third eye will be beneficial. So I agree with most of that. I think the third eye, like we've been talking about that for Pixie, that's coming really fast.
Crazy.
And the card, right? That's very relevant, right? So, okay, we're going to put that up there. The next one is liberation, free spirit, wild, authentic. And then it says, just let me be me. And then the number is 43, which would make this a 7. 7 number card here. So let's see what 43 offers us. Actually, really quickly before I forget, this one was 30. I want to go back and see what element it is, since they bothered to do that here. It's an air. So that first card was an air element. Really quickly, what they say about air elements: thought, mind, creativity, soul, transcendence, flight, freedom, lightheartedness, third eye. This element invites us to uplift ourselves and elevate our consciousness at a quantum level. Mind, body, soul, Holy Trinity. Okay, now we're moving on to number 43, which is, just for the record, a water element. So here's the first page. It says liberation, free spirit, wild, authentic, carefree. The affirmation for this is, I am unapologetically being myself. I connect with my wild. Okay, here's what it says.
Respectfully.
Raging waters, the one who cannot be caged, the wild flower, the heart that is free, the liberated spirit is not one who has changed or is different now. They just stopped being everything they're not. They stopped being who others wanted them to be, how the world said they should be. The free spirit calls you nearer. Carefree and unapologetic, they dance barefoot beneath the full moon, hair flying in the wind. They swim naked in the vast ocean, feeling big and small all at once. It doesn't matter who may be watching. It isn't for others. It's for the revival and invigoration of their own spirit. It is to connect with the great goddess. The free spirit runs barefoot on endless fields of wildflowers and even wildflowers, following her bliss, chasing her passion, and listening to that intuition. Over all else, she values the freedom of her soul and the adventure of her life. She drinks straight from the cool, clear waterfall of what spirit has to bring her. Tears of gratitude fill her eyes as she deeply experiences the fullness of her existence, appreciating the so muchness of everything. Pulling this card invites you to welcome more of this energy at this time. There's an irresistible freedom that comes with connecting to this part of the divine feminine. It is wild, unapologetic, and faithfully surrendered. It is unhinged, unfiltered, erratic, creative bliss, and we need it, or our soul cannot thrive. Our primal self needs to let out a loud yell every now and again. The wild animal within us must be allowed to break free. This is part of keeping your soul healthy. And then here is the manifestation advice. Do something that will allow you to tap into the free spirit energy. What would make you come alive, feel liberated? It could be an element of expression or a cathartic release, creative, emotional, or physical. It could simply be to care less about the opinions of others and more about the health of your own soul. Do something bold and freeing at this time. Do something you wouldn't normally allow yourself to do. And this book even is so cute. It's hard to see these, but these are little bumblebees. When you see the details in this book, it's really a darling. And then this, again, it's hard to see, but it's like a little oak tree, like a tree of life. And that shows up like on every card. So again, this was the liberation card for picks. It was a number 7 and water. Okay, so the next one is the mirror, self-reflection, writer, big picture. And it says, I need a flashlight for this, whatever it says on that she's reading. Hold on. Did you forget all you had to go through to be you? Trying to see what this other book says. All the good things is what the other book says. Okay, but she's reading from a book. I'll show you the picture, but it says, did you forget all you had to go through to be you? And when I show you, like, there's magic pouring out of the book she's reading. There are butterflies flying all around her, holding her hair and braiding it for her as she sits at the mirror. So there's this magic dust that's coming out of here. And then these butterflies are holding up her hair and braiding it for her. She has a light here. It is just a basic lantern. However, it definitely is like meant to look like a crystal ball. And then the magic is like pouring all over her feet as she sits there. And so it's number 26, which would make it what element? Let me see. I have to memorize like which numbers are the elements so I don't have to look every time. It is also an air. It's an air card. And 26, so numerologically, that's 2 plus 6, so that's 8. So this is an 8 card that's air. And again, it's the mirror, self-reflection, writer, big picture. Let's see what it says. 26. Okay, here's the first page. The mirror, self-reflection, writer, individuality, big picture. The affirmation is, I honor the full book of my life, every chapter that I write. That's so interesting too, isn't it? Did you just catch that?
I did.
Pixie just bought books to fill out for her and her love and other members of her family. There are these cool books. You can tell about it unless it's loud where you are.
No, it's just a book that's filled with questions. It'll ask you questions from your earliest memory to up until present day. It's just something you can have in writing for maybe, your great 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 grandkids that come along after you're gone, so they'll know a little bit about you.
And she got one for her
So,
dad. She literally gave it to him today.
yeah, I got me one, my husband one, and my dad one.
Which is so cool. So it's amazing that they're talking about writing a book. Okay. Says, oh, here's where it starts too. This is interesting. The author, the story, the mirror, seeing our full self, not just parts. It can be so easy to get lost in one chapter or one page of our life. But remember, we've got a whole book going and so many more pages to go. Focusing too much on details can cause us to lose our grasp on where we are. This can cause great inner turmoil. Zooming in too close to our life can make us feel that we are not doing enough, haven't done enough, are not enough. We feel unworthy or lose sight of our main goal, to find wholeness and fulfillment by living our dharma and unique purpose. To overcome our unique obstacles and receive sacred gifts of transformation at different checkpoints in life. It doesn't happen at once. We're in this for the long game, the whole story. Have you forgotten all that you've already been through and overcome just to get to this point? The chapter you're currently in, so much has happened and you have grown so much. You just can't always see it. Do not skip ahead. Enjoy the chapter you're writing now. This card can be a positive omen that something soon will happen to unlock more character development within you. That is, something that leads you to a deeper knowledge of who you are meant to be, something that helps to bring you home to who you are. It could be a moment of realization or simply a personality trait of yours that is alchemizing into something greater. And then the manifestation enhancer. And then down here are little butterflies. They're so cute. So here's the manifestation enhancer. Adopt a zoomed out perspective on your life every now and then, especially when you feel behind, unworthy, or a bit lost. Look at your whole self in the mirror. Remember to be patient and that there is a bigger picture to all of this. Imagine your life as though it is a book, remembering that you have so many more pages to fill. You're becoming more you with every day that passes. Gosh, that's like literally relevant to something we were talking about earlier. But we were even talking about it about having past lives too, right? But
Girl, that's so weird. It's like, ooh.
Yeah, it's right on the money so far. They're right on the money.
Yeah, all of it.
So this one is the Forbidden Forest, Bravery, Persistence, Redemption. You are so brave to keep on going the way you do, it says. And it's number 35. I think that makes it water, but I'm double, triple checking. So I don't have it memorized yet. Yes, it's a water card. Okay, let me show the card first. The Forbidden Forest. So the forest is down here. She's standing in like a pool of water. There's a body of water. I think it's interesting too. It's pink water. Pix is a pink kind of lady. And there's like this pink waterfall right here. It's hard to see, but it is causing all the water. And so she's in the pink water. And she's looking at the big picture, which I think is interesting because that is from the last card, not this card. But she's looking at the world from above. This looks like a portal to the stars. or space or heaven or something. It says you are so brave to keep on going the way you do. The number is 35. So 3 plus 5 is 8. So actually, the last one was an 8 as well. So far you have, number wise, 3, I think it was 7. Yeah, 3, 7, 8. And then this one is 8 as well. Okay, let's learn about the Forbidden Forest. And here's the first page. Forbidden Forest, bravery, persistence, redemption, resurrection. Affirmation is, I am healing and redeeming the lost parts of my soul. Okay, here's what it says. The brave one, she who persists, even when her heart is aching and she feels that she cannot make it through this day. She has traveled long and deep and grown tired, and rightfully so, in that dark and forbidden forest. The place, it is said, where you might not survive. The place they say that if you go to, you must return to again to retrieve your soul. This card represents the hero who chooses to continue on their journey, not half-heartedly, but with devotion and reverence. That part of the journey that nearly causes you to lose your soul, we were talking about this too, or something essential to your being for good, and then having to return to revive it. Doing the same hard thing, not once, but twice, is not easy to do, even if it is just reimagining it in our head and heart. It still activates the same old wounds, pain, and stories. Oh my God, you guys, this is relevant to today for her. The brave one recognizes that to go on as her fullest and highest self, she must return to that forbidden forest to retrieve and resurrect her soul. This means facing the dragon, taming it, and eventually befriending it. If she does this successfully, she will unlock greater power, magic, and healing within. It will be a redemption and become a significant point in her journey. Pulling the Forbidden Forest card can be a positive affirmation that you are in the active process of this journey, that you are indeed being brave like the hero. You are earning the inner and outer gifts you rightly deserve. Sorry, my ears are really going. There's an angel, like, my ears are ringing really loud. Hold on. Is this energy you guys are sending the pics right now? Yeah, but I can hear it. I can see it too, color-wise. That's so interesting. Okay, so they're sending it. So, okay, Pixie, I'm just going to tell you what they're showing me. It's interesting. It is a couple of different triangles. Okay, so on the very outside, there's a right side up triangle that is sort of just like vaguely rose colored. Then there is another triangle that is upside down that's sort of a pinky purple color. And in that there is, oh, I even know which crystal it is. Hold on, it's right here. There's this. So there is a triangle that's upside down right around it that is a pinky purple color, sort of pastel colored. And then on the outside of that, there's a right side up triangle that is maybe rose is the wrong thing. Like it's a closer to hot pink, but it's sort of a muted hot pink. So there's a muted hot pink triangle right side up. Then there's an upside down triangle that is pinky purple. And then this is in the center. And it is like right, it makes sense to me because they were showing me it's like hanging right over your head. So I could hear it, like I could hear them when they got closer to you. And then they showed me like this is right over your head. So they're basically directing like the color and energy of that, of what I'm talking about into your energy field, right? And that's interesting as well because number one, purple is great for your crown chakra. It is one of the colors of the crown chakra. And but also the fact that it is purple, a lot of times that symbolizes spirituality and working on your spirituality and your connectedness, right, to the divine. And then pink is about that, like, sort of pure love. That's why I see all of those pink clouds and they send them to me at certain times and things. So I've learned a lot about that. Triangles, I'll have to look it up, like the directionals, because those are about elements usually. And so I don't know, like, why I was allowed to hear it instead, right? But it is like that's the color of the energy they're sending into you, into your crown chakra, like right now. With this in the center, and then around those triangles around the outside there's just sort of like golden, like light, not like yellow, like gold, like jewel, like the color of like gold jewelry, but it's a gold light like all around it. Okay, and it shifts. That's interesting. It shifts and go out and in, like, and when it goes out it has almost, it's like the sun sort of, it's got little spikies. And that would just be like divine, like protection, and that's interesting. But anyway, that's so crazy. Like I could draw, I want to draw it. Actually, hold on a second before I forget it. It's not going to be like a long drawing or well done even. I just want to do it before I forget. Oh, I don't know why they're showing me. All of my colored pencils here. Hold on. I don't know where they went, so I'm just going to do it really quick with, like, let me see if I can find a crayon. I need light. Got so many crayons in here. Hold on. Just need a pure pink. There. That's good enough for now. Now what can we use for the gold? Where's the lid here? Mm. The wrong one. It broke. And then this is just the top of your head, basically. It's hard to see the gold, but it goes out like that. And I just asked while I was doing it, like, because I wanted to know, like, what angel is sending that? Like, is there a specific angel who's sending that? And they said, God.
Oh.
Yeah, I've never heard that. I mean, it's lovely to hear. I was like, which angel is that? And they're like, it's God. So yeah, that's the top of your head. Again, it's hard to see this gold because I didn't have the right color, but and then this is like magenta, and this is pale. Now it's a little more purpley in here, but I didn't have the right thing. And then it's got the crystal in the center, and then like the pinks and corals sort of go out, and then the gold surrounds it. And it's got like these things that come off like a sun, but not all the time. Like if it's like loading into you, it's almost like a heartbeat. Like it'll load into you for a while and stay a ball, and like it breathes and goes like this for a minute, and then goes back like that. And then it has these two, like the stream itself is like a solid color just right here that goes down into the top of your head.
That's crazy. And these cards are crazy.
Yes.
Every last one of them's been like spot on.
Yeah. Okay, so let's see. Here, let's see. Forbidden Forest. Part of the journey in your class, you lead yourself. Okay, let's see. Okay, I may be doubling back a little bit, but that's okay. This card represents the hero who chooses to continue on their journey, not half-heartedly, but with devotion and reverence. That part of the journey that nearly causes you to lose your soul or something essential to your being for good, and then having to revive it. Doing the same thing not once but twice is not easy to do, even if it's just reimagining it in our head and heart. It still activates the same wounds, pain, and stories. The brave one recognizes that to go on to her fullest and highest self, she must return to the Forbidden Forest to retrieve and resurrect her soul. This means facing the dragon, taming it, and eventually befriending it. If she does this successfully, she will unlock greater power, magic, and healing within. It will be a redemption and become a significant point in her journey. Pulling the Forbidden Forest card can be a positive affirmation that you're in the active process of this journey, that you are indeed being brave like the hero. You are earning the inner and outer gifts you so rightfully deserve. Alternatively, this card can be a sign that you may need to return to that forbidden forest to heal, retrieve, or resurrect something of yours. Is there anything you've been suppressing or resisting? You may be at a point where it's time, even if you need to ask others for help. That is brave too. Every hero needs allies. And then the manifestation enhancer, and like the little picture here is hard to see too, but it's a little candle, a lit candle. It says, this may be a good time to do a journal session, self-guided meditation with instrumental music in the background, or even seek counsel with a loved one or therapist if you feel called to. Imagine returning to the Forbidden Forest to retrieve and heal a lost piece of yourself. Visualize it in detail, walking through the woods. What do you find there? A messenger, a wound, your soul, a memory, your higher self? Allow your inner visions to manifest through you. Ask your spirit guides or ancestors for insight. So that's the Forbidden Forest. Let's see what's next. 33, so that's a 6. And I think this makes this water card. Let's see. Yes, no. Yes, no. Hold on. It's an air card. 33, and it says, find those who inspire you to bloom. And the card's called Grow Together. Community, connection, reciprocation. Find those who inspire you to bloom. Grow Together is the card name. And it's 33, so it's number 6. And here it is somebody that has like a patchy little bunch of plants here. And then this person takes their hand and everything blooms. Grow together. Okay, let's see what it says. Okay, here's the first. Okay, grow together. Community, connection, reciprocation, 333. The affirmation, I am worthy of people who nourish me. The card of loving connection, flowers from the garden, the sweetest touch. Pulling this card is a call to seek connection at this time. A friend, a family member, a community, a lover, someone with whom you share mutual respect. The more authentically you show up, the deeper the connection will be. We have so much to learn from one another when we can truly see each other, especially when we feel we're alone. Reach out. This card calls you to reevaluate the people in your realm. If you feel energized by someone, offer that back when possible. Let them know you're grateful for them. If you consistently feel drained or energetically abused by someone, stop making excuses for them. Honestly ask yourself why you allow anybody to mistreat or take advantage of you. Why would you allow a disease in your flower bed? It is a place meant for beauty, growth, and peace. Protect it. Take care of it. You are worthy. This could be a good omen that a nourishing individual may come or already has come into your life. Let them in. An era of beautiful human connection is upon you. Remember this: you are worthy of people who nourish you. Attract them through appreciation and expectation. Since ancient civilization, humans have known the importance of community. Without the bonds that hold us together and the roles we have, we couldn't survive. The elders share their wisdom, the shamans channel spirit, the artists help us see, the hunters and gatherers feed us, the warriors protect us, and the doers move us forward. Now we have our own personal communities, old friends, new friends, family, lovers, in which we control who gets to occupy space, physical or energetic, in our own little world. Are they reciprocating? Do you feel you are met with the same level of care and support you so generously offer to others? Could you offer more to those deserving of it? You are being called to assess this. And then here is the manifestation enhancer. Write about the kind of friend or lover you desire to have in your life. They are out there, so call them in. Take chances. Write out 10 affirmations about how worthy you are of being treated with respect, support, and loving kindness. Invite it in. Close your eyes and place your hand on your heart. Imagine it opening and visualize warm pink light entering you. Oh my God. I couldn't figure out why they wanted to show me so bad. Because it's right now. Sorry, imagine it opening and visualize warm pink light entering you. Feel it. Oh, and be sure to love yourself the same way you expect others to love you. That's what this card was about, that last sentence for you, I think. Be sure to love yourself the same way you expect others to love you. Oof. That pink light, you got me. Okay. Those were the 5, but this was the one they wanted to be like the bottom of the deck. It's just 3. So it's another 3. You are worthy of beautiful things. It says on the card, the Servant Queen, divine, magnetic, valuable. The Servant Queen. She has dragonflies. She has dragonflies in her hair. And rainbows wrapped around her body and auric space. That's interesting. The rainbows that are wrapped around, rainbows of light that are wrapped around her aura and her body, they're actually coming from her eyes like tears and then surrounding her with healing. The Servant Queen. Okay, so this is the 3, which is interesting because the reading started with the 3 and is ending with the 3. And it's definitely a fire card. So let's find 3. Three. Here it is in the book. The Servant Queen. Divine, magnetic, valuable blessings. The affirmation, I am worthy of the most beautiful things. You are blocking your blessings by believing you don't deserve them. You do. Recognize your patterns of self-sabotage and examine the choices you have been repeating. We enact and accept what we believe we are worthy of. Raise your standards. You are meant for better. It doesn't matter what you've been through, where you come from, rich or poor, healthy or unhealthy circumstances, or what others may think of you or tell you. It doesn't matter how others have put you down. You're still worthy. You're a valuable soul and someone who seeks to find the magic of this world. And those who seek are the ones who find. Just like the story of Cinderella, who was made to believe she was worthless and a servant to her family, only to be visited by a fairy godmother spirit who offered her blessings and magic if she was willing to believe she was worthy of them. All she had to do was accept them, and she would go on to live a life of royalty, beauty, and abundance. She was always meant to be a queen. It's okay if you forget that you are the magic, but it's time to remember again. Come home. Spirit can only give us what we believe we are worthy of, so expect excellence. Speak it into existence and summon miracles. Will you accept the blessings you're being offered? This is a potent time for magic in your life. Your fairy godmother is here now. Your guides, ancestors, and angels are listening. Let them assist you. And then here is the manifestation enhancer. Visualize yourself a magnet for beautiful things, beautiful experiences, connections, thoughts, synchronicities, and blessings. Imagine abundance. This clicked as to why this is just happening too. Okay, sorry. Blessings. Imaginative abundance swirling all around you and entering your soul and your life. Luminous rainbow energy, blooming flowers, dazzling vibrations all around you and within you. It's already here and more is coming. Believe, expect, receive. So at first I couldn't quite figure this one out, but I don't know if you remember earlier I was talking about the shadows and raising your vibration.
Right. That's crazy.
So we started, so let's see the numbers. I'm interested in the numbers and the elements now here. So yeah, so it was 3, 7, 8, 8, 6, but it's 33, right? And 3. So honestly, I think there's a lot of 3s here, which I'm going to read you about that angel number because, well, I mean, I even have a necklace that says 333 because it's one of my favorite angel numbers, actually. But it's technically, I mean, it's a 6 or a 3, however you want to look at it. But anyway, it opens and closes with a 3, 7, 8, 8, 6, or 3, regardless. And then the elements, again, are, let's see.
It's air, water, air, water, air, and fire.
No earth. That's interesting. And then interesting, like, remember how I said each element she assigned an angel number. For air, they gave the number 333.
Mm-hmm.
Mind, body, soul, Holy Trinity. And okay, I'm going to read really quick about the angel number 333. They're all, I mean, I like a few of them, but 333 is one of my favorites. Angel number 333 is widely interpreted as a message of divine presence, encouragement, and support from spiritual guides or ascended masters, urging you to embrace growth, creativity, and balance in your life. It signifies you're on the right path, your creative potential is high, and you should trust your intuition to make important decisions for your personal well-being and especially spiritual journey. 333 is a strong symbol of the presence of ascended masters and guardian angels, indicating that your prayers have been heard and you are divinely supported. It's a call to tap into your innate creativity and use your abilities to manifest goals, encouraging you to trust your ideas and bring them to life. It encourages personal and spiritual growth, reminding you to maintain balance in your mind, body, and spirit. But it almost always is about growth and creativity, which, some people are like literally thinking like that means like paint or sculptor, and it can, and you're very creative and you're always working on crafting things, but creativity and spirituality are like this, so it's sort of like being a channel for that stuff.
Yeah, these cards were crazy.
They were crazy
I mean,
accurate.
Yeah, it's like that holy shit factor again.
Yeah, it really, yeah. show them more times because they're pretty cards. This is the Shaman. Liberation. The Mirror. The Forbidden Forest. Grow Together. And the Servant Queen. So that is, again, guys, the Magical Spirit Oracle. I'll shuffle these back in here. And we might maybe pull do like a 3-card pull for the energy of everybody that watches this in the future with these here, since we're playing with these today. That pink light got me because I was just like, why? I understand that, we're all developing. And so I understand that seeing and hearing the energy that they're sending you was growth for me as well, but telling you details that were really important right then. So it was like, I have to draw it and I'm not good at drawing picture pages, but I couldn't figure out it's why is it right now, right? And then that freaking next card talked about pink light.
Yeah, it's crazy.
Pink light floating into your body. And, pink has become so significant to me personally with the pink clouds and the gifts that I get via the pink clouds. Over time, where did I put that notebook? Hold on here. Where did you go now? Notebook. Where did you go? But again, literally talked about pink light and pink triangle, pink aura with gold, purple crystal.
That's crazy.
Now I'm curious too, because I channeled this for you and I'm just wanted to come back and see how it was sitting here. So I wanted to come back and see if how it might be relevant. And I don't know, some of it's interesting because I don't know if you noticed, but everything here is a pink triangle.
Mm-hmm.
And they are either highlighted, when I did the outline, they're either outlined with another pink color or with purple. And this was a month and a half ago now. So pink triangles, and then this was your third eye, this is you. And there are your pink triangles and your gold leaves. I just think that's interesting because it just means they're sending, it's just proof of how consistent spirit is. For us, for all of us. But in this case, for Pixela. Okay, I need to take a minute break. Probably for me, that means 5 minutes, but I'll be right back. Need to hug the sleeping people. And
Okie dokie.
I need to tinkle. I'm sorry, everybody. That's just true.
Yep, I'll make a snack run.
Yay! Okay, I'll play music.
All right.
All right. Hey there. Sorry for that. Let me pull my little sign down here. Pix, are you back?
I am.
Okay. You get your snackadoodles and all that good stuff. Well, let me
I
bring it up
did.
for right now. Reset this. Hi, Crystal. Hi, PP. Is my relationship with my ex N finished its entirety? We will ever reconcile or be together physically again. Are you still here, Crystal? Resettling my stuff here. It's almost meds o'clock, but I've got that set so I don't forget. Set it and forget it. Hi, Crystal. Have we met? I'm not certain if we have. I know this screen name. It's been a while, though, so if we have met, please forgive me. I just don't recall this screen name. Okay, well, welcome. That's what I thought, but that's why I wanted to clarify as well. We do free readings for first timers, and I can get wordy. The rest of the time, these are our normal rates, right? Just so you know. I always like people to just sort of know what the deal is around these parts. Welcome to you, by the way. We're glad you stopped in and hung out. Let me pull these back down here. We need to know if our relationship is dead in the water. Okay, let's see here. Your XN is finished in its entirety. Will we ever reconcile or be together physically again? Can I ask, this is unrelated to anything. Is 1983 your birth year? I have a brother with that birth year, so I just was curious. I'm moving things around here. Bear with us. We were on our little snacky break here. Yay! I love someone from 1983 a lot. So it's N, finish its entirety. Will we ever reconcile or be together physically again? I'm trying to decide what deck to use here, my dear. Hold on. We had this pulled in real close too to see those other cards. Hold on. This is a little tight for me, this camera location here. Let's bring it up a little. Whee! Guides, do we have a recommendation for decks? This one? For Crystal NN? Or is it Mega Deck? Is it this one? Okay, it's Mega Deck. So that means there's going to be a couple of repeating energies, it sounds like. Here. Whoop, hold on. Mega Deck was an unintentionally created amalgamation of two decks that I do know. I don't want to waste. So everyone, she just said, the people that I know that watch this back, I mean, I don't want to waste time pining over someone who no longer loves or cares for me, you know. To understand that concept. I'm sorry that you have that going on. Get this thing moving a little bit. Mega deck. I don't need to know like exact birth dates or anything like that, but sometimes my guides talk using elements. Do you know, well, I know you know your sign. Do you know any sign? Or element? Primary? Good stuff. And I'm sorry, it's been tough. Yeah, I could feel that it was a while. That, and of course, there goes my alarm. I'm sorry. Hold on a second. I apologize. I love this song though, but it's gonna hit my copyright thing. 1 second. Apologies, my phone has been a jackwagon lately, more so than normal. Usually it just has problems with Pixie. It has an attitude with Pixie's phone, but It's just attitudinal, just generally speaking. So what I was saying is, I'm really sorry. I could feel that it was not a short relationship necessarily. Um, and I can feel like sort of the weight on your chest, right? The heaviness from being parted and from the change too, right? Also unrelated, Scorpio v Scorpio, that had to been both amazing and very intense at times. I don't necessarily believe like that because charts are so enormous and there's so many other factors on somebody's chart, so you're not exclusively Scorpions, but good golly, that's a lot of specific energy potentially. Tell you about it. I bet you know better than other people. Pixie and I both talk about also how in our like younger years we had both, and still sort of do, but especially in younger years, we had Scorpio addictions, man. So many Scorpios between the two of us. We love you guys, man, a lot. I'm water also though, and she's air, so that makes some sense. So this deck was created because I have a niece who scrapbooks, so I brought her 2 decks and just said, choose one of these and take some cards out for your scrapbooking, however many you want. And then I got both of them back and she'd taken from both decks. And I love her a lot, but that meant I didn't have complete decks. But now we have mega deck, and it turned out to be a blessing in disguise, because if we have sort of double energy or whatever, with the exception of a few cards, we can really double up and get some answers. So the guy chose this for you, and it must be for a reason. But once I saw Scorpio v Scorpio, that sort of is an amazing reason. I want to believe he still has strong feelings, but bearing it because of your big disagreement. Okay. Okay, since we just met, sometimes it takes me a little bit to warm up and connect, but once I start cooking, I cook with gas, baby. I'm going to ask a couple questions just as we move in. One would just be like, I don't need you to tell me things at all, but if I'm sort of on the right path, if you just say like yes, no, maybe, that would be helpful because it helps me connect to your energy. And the more we do that, the better off we are. And also, it feels like this is something that I heard my guides say. They said in separation, well, that's obvious, right? But I asked them, did they mean like, is there a big amount of physical distance between them? They said not super huge, but there's a time distance. I'm interpreting that to mean that like you guys have had at least at some point, either that was a long period of time for you or maybe recently, like really opposing schedules. Is that possible? Where is Pixie? You mean in the world or on the stream? Okay. Okay, so that makes some sense. Did you have opposing schedules though? I'm just trying to make sure I understand. Yeah, Pixie is my amazing sitter. So many talents of her own. But because right now you're here, she is letting you be the person involved in your reading here. Mid-May, this is August. Okay. So let's see. God, angels, archangels, guides, and ascended masters. Those that are of the light and from the light. Watch over and protect this reading for Carrie Ann and Nixon. We have everything to be for the education and greater good of Carrie Ann and Nixon. The higher and greater good. It's helped me to be able to interpret your symbols to the best of my ability to be beneficial to them and watch over and protect all gateways, doorways, energetically speaking, and only allow in that which benefits. We live together, yeah. So they could have meant, the reason why I'm asking opposing schedules is because I was trying to clarify with them what they meant by separation, because and I'd asked if it was distance and they said not really. I asked if it was time and they said yes. So I was trying to clarify if that meant maybe you guys like one, like leading up to the breakup, if it was like one had like a third shift job and one had a day job, or if there was something schedule wise where it was sort of preventing you seeing each other. But then you said the thing you said about not seeing each other since May, so they very much could mean that, although I feel like there's more to it. It feels like you guys were two ships passing in the wind at a certain point, and I don't know why it feels that way. Maybe they will clarify. No opposing. Okay. Well, it very well could have meant since May, especially if you like went from living together to like, parting immediately. That's definitely separation in time. Okay. So rather than a general reading, your primary question really is, I just want to clarify, your primary question really is, what does our future look like together? Do I give up on this or not? Is that correct? Thank you. I wish I could hug you. I can feel that. I can feel that weight on your chest, like that emotional weight, and I'm really sorry. What do I have here that's green? Oh, I have something here. I'm just putting on green because it's good for the heart chakra here. Yeah, I can feel, of course, like something had to be going on, like him being cold, man, because this is a big hole. Okay. So, guides, angels, God, we'll just start the jumping off point can be, what does the future for Carrie Ann and Nixon together look like? What does the future for Carrie Ann and Nixon, like when we talk about them together, what does that look like? And is this guide still the deck that you want? Okay. The big deck, so just making sure. What does the future look like for Carrie Ann and Nixon, please? What does the future for Carrie Ann and Nixon look like, please? Slow down. Sorry, guys. This one that you guys wanted? This way? Or this way? Oh, I dropped it. This way? How many guys do you want to do? We're going to start off with 5 and then bottom card. Okay. So you like 5s tonight. What is future together look like for Carrie Ann and Nixon? These are so thick. Okay, we're going to do it this way. Okay. This one first. What does the future look like for Carrie Ann and Nixon? Woo! This one. Any of these? Nixon. Well, it's a big deck. This one. Just you guys want to switch. You're very good. What's the future together look like for Carrie Ann and Nixon? Are you guides, do you want to stop here to start off? Bottom card. From here? Okay, here. Look at what we got going on. Just a second here. Ouch. Guides, do you want inversions on this? I'm struggling to figure that out. Do you want the inversions read? If there are clarification cards, no inversions, is that correct? Okay. Makes more sense to me. Thank you. Okay. I'm going to do clarifiers. Do you guys, guides, do you want this deck? do you want this one? Clarifiers? The deck is so big. Yes, I that's why I was asking them. Sorry, I just started looking at the chat here. I don't necessarily need cards to read. That's that's partially why I keep asking them things. They're helpful when I'm first meeting someone, but once like we, if you came back, for example, second time, third time, whatever, and just even hung around, no, the longer I know your energy signature, the less I need the cards. And honestly, I don't really know if I necessarily need them to begin with, but there were so many inversions and they were relevant and they told me some things. However, there were some where they were just like, just put a clarifier down, basically. But yes, there were reversed so many. This was reversed. This one was not. So I think there was a reason for that, first of all. So first and foremost, this particular thing is about you. Before we even move on, and I'm nervous about moving on, I'm not going to lie, a little bit, but they are sending a message where there's some concern about you. So the reason that initially everything was upside down with the exception of this one, this is the Four of Wands, right? This is about like getting out and doing something, fun where you can sort of let this all go. I think that to me, guides, is this accurate? I just want to make sure. They want to make sure that you're not isolating. And they're saying like something to the effect of, they're not even necessarily meaning locking yourself in home. They just mean like even when going out, there is a disconnect, and that is of course understandable in this circumstance. However, like one of the loudest messages, which is why it was the only one that was right side up, was they want to make sure that even aside from anything else that they're going to say here, that you make sure to be close to your other loved ones and sort of let them access you, if that makes sense. Because I don't know if you have been literally holding up. To me, it feels like maybe a little bit, but that, you still have seen others that you've kept to, some sort of social order. I'm not saying like going out, but just like normal, just day in, day out things that we have to do. You've not like just curled up and died. You're very, sort of devoted to the things that you do in life. But you've sort of kept emotionally isolated. Yeah. Okay. It does make sense. You just go to work and go home. Yeah. That's what they're talking about, duty, right? Like, some people would just curl up and not go to work, right? Like, that's not good or healthy either. But, you're still really doing all of the things that you need to do, which is admirable. But they're saying like, golly, you need to be with others and let the others that, well, I'm going to ask for clarifiers actually before I say what I'm about to say. Guys, can we just clarify one, do one for each? That's interesting that happened again. Whoop, that flew across the room. So let's see what that is. Oh my. Guides, do you want to clarify the bottom? Wait, wow. Sorry, we're having a little conversation in our brains here. Okay. Feel like he wants to teach you a lesson. Well, that's come up actually. So it's interesting you say that. The other interesting thing that happened when I was laying out the clarifiers, right, and these first several were inverted with the exception of this one. That was interesting too because it's the exact same card. So it's the Four of Wands, which again is about social connection and getting out there. So it's the Four of Wands and the Four of Wands were both times, the thing that they really want to say first and foremost is, and I apologize, but I listen to the guides, your guides and my guides, and sometimes they derail some of the questions. They're sort of answering, and we will ask again. But sometimes if something's really important, they will derail a little bit. And so this needing to socialize and connect with other loved ones is really an important theme because it's now come up twice. And they're also saying here, but also the conversation I'm having with them is about, hard life lessons and about how, of course, there's way more to this breakup than this oversimplification I'm about to say, right? However, one of the elements here is that there in this time frame this has also been a lesson about loving yourself and caring for yourself in spite of what goes on in your dynamic with other people. And so that is something that they're really wanting you to remember, that of course it's terribly hard, and no one certainly here and definitely not in spirit is judging you for sort of shutting down like that. That makes total sense to probably everyone here. But it is a lesson in, even when the chips are down and things are rough, the person that loves you the most outside of God or source or whatever, your preferred spirituality base is yourself. And they really are saying sort of, that logically you're not a flibberty-gibbet who, you're not somebody that has walked through life not being very conscious of things and growth. You're somebody that has been interested in growth, and that that it's very important to love yourself and care for yourself, but that has been a little forgotten in this window of time. And so, first and foremost, there's a reminder that regardless of what happens next, they love you so much. I can feel it. Like, I can feel it so much that I can say with honesty and no falsehood that I love you so much, because I can feel how strongly the universe and all that is cares about you. And I'm part of all of that. So there's so much love for you in the world, and to not, because you're having difficulties with this one person, don't forget how loved you are and how valuable and valid you are. There are tears in my eyes, and I mean, you can ask Pixie. I'm not, I don't always love giving bad news or good news or whatever it is, but I'm not somebody that sits here either and kisses butts. And so when I say I love you, I mean I love you. I can feel it. Just everywhere. It's everywhere for you. And I'm crying a little bit because I know that this situation has sort of, probably partially self-protection, but also just the whole thing has made you a little sort of numb to that. And so I can feel how badly they want you to remember and feel it. They want you to feel that love. And they want you to very much, and not just, of the universe and loving yourself. They're talking also right now about there's so many other people, friends, whatever, family, chosen family, that love you so much. And so remember that and let that in, especially if, during rougher times. The thing you said about teaching a lesson really rings true, because this card stood out. And so I was asking them, because this is Three of Pentacles. It was inverted, right? But it is about sort of teaching. But when it was inverted, that's sort of either could be depending on how you read, what style of reader, right? But it's sort of driving home a point just to be sort of nasty about something. So it was a little nutty that you said he's trying to teach me a lesson. And now, before I even read this, just as slightly older lady to you, and so again, I'm saying before I read this, because this is just personal opinion, and I don't know everything yet, right? And the cards will show us more depending on how long you want to continue with, reading. But my guts say, golly, he could be a sainted individual. But the fact that this is here, that we are the HDR, and I understand maybe trying to teach your partner something, and even needing space. But if you genuinely feel some of this stuff has been sort of a malicious, making a nasty point, it makes me sort of want to kick him. Because no matter what happened, that's not necessary behavior. And certainly, again, you could have made the biggest relationship mistake ever, and that still wouldn't be warranted. I just meant a sainted individual. Like he could be a total saint, right? Like he could be perfect in a lot of ways. I don't know that, right? There could be so many reasons for you to love him, but regardless, just this sheer act alone makes me go, don't you do that to this fellow woman of mine. Don't why do you have to be teaching a lesson? Like who are you? Just makes me, again, that's why I'm saying it's personal opinion, because it sort of makes me as like a want to kick him in the ass a little bit. Okay. And so then, okay, so there was this teaching, this sort of nasty lesson, and again, the importance, right, of like embracing your community and the love of self. Then there was a talk, this was just about love of self, and this is the temperance inverted, which is just about there's an imbalance here in terms of, letting the other love flow in. Let me read the chat though. You are numb and closed off. Yeah. You've said that. Who does he think he is? Yeah. I mean, again, like I said, there could be so many reasons for him to be valuable to you, good reasons, but that it is sort of, it already has me feeling a certain type of way if that's something he's doing, and that's sort of confirmed here. Okay, so then this is a Seven of Wands. It was inverted. It's about challenge and courage, but it was inverted. So it's sort of saying, I was hoping to clarify who, but I am going to clarify. I do another clarifier because I didn't specifically ask. But it's sort of like a lack of like not having the balls, but the question is for what? This is an additional card that's in the second deck, which is the kitten, is a Kitten Chops deck, and she always adds additional cards. This is Embrace Your Inner Child, but it is inverted. So it's sort of like not having the balls to be like playful, and I'm trying to understand that in context here. I don't have enough context yet to understand it, but hopefully it will come. And then the Ace of Cups, it was inverted. It is about a spark of like new emotional like love. Now it was currently inverted, and that's not the best ever sign. If you're hoping, first of all, I let me just cut to the chase. You're a grown-ass person, and I would like to put more cards down on it. But initially, the feeling I get from these, or what these say, is that, as a perspective right now, it doesn't look like reunifying with him, getting back together with him. It certainly doesn't look like it would be healthy. They haven't yet given me an opinion on if it's something that is likely to happen, but it doesn't look like a healthy choice where it feels like it would be like almost like you being mean to yourself to get back together with this person. And so the Nine of Wands here is inverted, and what it usually means is sort of like, don't give up, like this obstacle is something you can overcome, but it's inverted. So it's sort of like, and this was inverted too. So it was like saying, right now, and again, I don't have the full answer yet, but right now, the hope for healthy new emotional content between the two of you, right now it's not something to hold your breath for, and I don't love giving you this news, and I'm sorry about that. I can see your heartbreak, like the Three of Swords here. I mean, look at her. And I'm so sorry that this is how you've been feeling. And then the Hermit card. which, you've sort of been feeling this in isolation too, this type of heartbreak. But it also, to me, and they're confirming it for me, indicates that sort of whatever it is that happened, he sort of, whatever happened between you two, it happened, right? There was this big situation where, it really, like, he broke your heart. And I don't know, again, if that was in response to something else or whatever, but regardless, whatever led to that point, right? He dealt a final blow and then left you alone to deal with it, which is really unkind, no matter what his reason was, to just completely evacuate the situation. There is something to be said occasionally for taking time if you're, like, really angry, or if you're parting ways or whatever. But if you've been together that long, the respect of coming back, once everybody's cooled down a little bit, and allowing access to talking it out and sorting it through together, when you have had that kind of dynamic, that long relationship, and you live together and all of that stuff, to just leave you frozen in time after that situation and not allow you access to at least working on closure for that part of your relationship, that's sort of vicious. And I don't understand it. The Chariot was the bottom of the deck, right? This is, of course, about moving forward, leaving, a bad situation behind you, being in control and taking ownership of where you're going next, that kind of thing. So it was sort of, again, this would be advice to move forward. And then I asked for clarifiers, and it gave two. It gave us the Seven of Pentacles inverted and the Page of Wands. 1 second, I'm sorry. I'm sorry, I'm looking at my notes just for the Page of Wands in this position because, and again, I'm going to need clarifiers. Okay. So the advice is to, like, move forward. And so the Seven of Pentacles in this particular card, you'll see, like, there's this sort of barren situation. And this person is watering it and trying to stimulate new growth. And it is happening. It's hard work, but it's happening. Here, it's sort of saying, right now, the advice would be to move forward and away from this situation, because it's something that, at least at this moment, is really difficult to rewater and regrow. And then this was inverted. This is the Page of Wands. So this would be about, being inspired, like being inspired to patch things up, having great reasons, like having him give you great reasons to work really hard on patching things up, but it was inverted. He's given you no earth to help with the regrowing or healing. Let's see. Is he emotionally mature or has a mental illness? Okay, Poppet, this is a lot. When I have moved on, is he going to come around and sort of want to now say he messed up? Okay, hold on. Who does he think he is? Right, exactly. Is he emotionally immature or has a mental illness? Is that a question you would like answered? I can answer that. Hello, Alex. Or hell, Alex. How are you? Hell yeah. Would you like me to answer that question, Crystal? Because I would like to lay more cards out. And it is a lot. And I didn't want to lie to you either and say like it's sunshine and roses. I like getting sunshine and roses readings, but I don't want to lie to you. And right now what this is saying is of course you want to like try and fix something that you put so much time and effort in, but there is no foundation to do that at the moment. You feel overwhelmed. Yeah, I understand. I would too. I can like feel it as like almost like a headache even. Okay, so let me see what you've said here. Please, I feel overwhelmed. Okay. First of all, I'm sorry you feel overwhelmed. I would too. I do a little because I'm in the energy of it with you for the moment. Make sure you're breathing. Just make sure you're breathing. That's would be advice I'd give to a loved one as well. Okay, good luck. Just say he come around now or say he messed up. Okay, let's see. Now it's hurting too, so what's the luck? I'm trying to figure out what question I want to ask. Okay, this question might answer a few of the things you said, right? Is he emotionally immature or has a mental illness? When I moved on, is he going to come around and say he messed up? I know he's hurting too. What's the blockage? So tell me how you feel about this question, because again, I know you're overwhelmed. So the question I feel motivated to ask is, what is it that is standing in the way of Carrie Ann and Nixon patching up their relationship? Is that a fair question? Because that would, if it was something mental like that would come up, if he was going to turn around and come back around and say, I messed up, that would be in there too. Okay. Okay, so guides, what is between Crystal and Nixon, or Carrie Ann, I'm sorry, her screen name is Crystal. Between Crystal and Nixon, what is standing in the way? What is standing in the way of them patching things up in their relationship? What is standing in the way? Or what is in the way of Carrie Ann and Nixon patching up their relationship? Guys, do you want me to do like a Nixon and Carrie Ann and center thing? Okay. Okay. Who do you guys want me to do first? Okay. It is showing me for where you guys put on the right. Carry on. And the dynamic. Oop. Here. Okay, I know he's hurting too, so it's the blockage, yeah. Because I know there's love. Oh, I believe that. There couldn't be this much hurt if there wasn't love. So I totally believe you, that there's love. I know what I'm hearing the guy say, but I'd like it so we can work on it from that direction. All right, so definitely not you. Nurse. Man, Pixie, when did you fall out? Hey, lady, when did you fall out?
Just a second ago. Hey, when
Okay.
you get a second, check your chat.
Okay, yeah, I just looked up. Hold on a second here. Yeah, I'm sorry, Crystal. I was here. I listened. I go quiet. Sometimes when Pixie's here, like she usually would answer and be like, yeah, her brain is just going remember on here. Okay. Okay, Pix. I got it.
I'll reach out when I get back from lunch.
That sounds good. I hope you guys have a really good time meeting the boyfriend. That's exciting.
Yep, I'm excited.
You guys have fun.
All right. I'll talk to you later.
Night, sweetness.
Bye, Crystal. You have a good evening, day, night.
Whatever
All the
it
above.
is.
Okay, I'll talk to you tomorrow.
Good night, sweetheart. I hope you have
Night.
fun tomorrow. Okay. This is where, okay, we're stopping for the moment. Okay, so so what this is sort of saying here, because I just wanted to see like how it laid out. This set you off balance, but of course that's to be understood. But um, traditionally, you've been somebody that's had your stuff together. At least like when it comes to the reliability, at least that's how it's showing up. This process, this slow moving energy since, you guys parted is driving you little bats. And it's almost like the sort of really sensible part of you sort of wants to call it because you recognize that this is not, at least right now. And by right now, I mean like next couple of months or whatever, this is not necessarily a good dynamic, to want to have. But of course, you remember what it can be and, think about what it could be. And so you're sort of torn about letting it go. That's sort of where you stand a little bit, is what it's saying. He's coming up as sneaky. And cold-hearted, and I don't know why. Like again, I don't know him before whatever went on, right? But he's coming up as sneaky and a little cold-hearted, as someone who believes like there's a lot of he has a lot of options. And again, we're talking about like relationship-wise, and that he sort of, this is going to sound crazy coming from someone like me, but sort of feels like he just knows everything. Like he can just sort of state that his intuition, like his intuition states that something is wrong, or his intuition states that, this needs to happen, X, Y, and Z. But there are no facts. I think the young kids would say he doesn't stand on facts. And again, I don't know if this is just from whatever happened, right? Or if this is sort of always, but right now. He's coming across as sneaky, cold-hearted, thinking he has options, but all of it's intuitive. None of it is fact-driven. Hi, Namira. And then between you guys are two very big major arcana cards inverted. One being the Wheel of Fortune, right? About change. Usually that's about change being the only constant. But it's inverted. Nothing is changing. Nothing has changed. Now I don't know, again, because I don't know you before like this last hour and a half or whatever, but whatever it was that it feels like there was something where it's like there was some kerfuffle between the two of you, and nothing about whatever was the problem, right, has changed. It's stuck there. But that's also because, this fallout happened and then you've not been allowed access to change it. And then the World card is inverted. And it's about, like, usually about completing a journey, the fulfillment of completing a journey, but it's inverted. And so right now, you guys are stuck. Yes, he says this needs to happen. Does he say why? At least why he thinks so? Or is it like how it's saying here, where it's like, I just know this needs to happen, but there are no facts being given to you as to why? I hope you are doing well, Namira, as well. I'm very glad to see you. Yeah, okay. We are stuck. See, that's why I was asking if he was telling you why, because I like literally, I'm feeling that stuck energy. Like I feel even a little stuck here because I don't see his reasoning. Like I see the statement, right? Like the statement of, you know, and it feels like, guides, before I say this, am I correct? It feels like this is not like for sure the first time, like it's been in smaller ways where in your relationship, he says, I just know this is what we're supposed to be doing, or I just know this is the way it is, but then doesn't explain to you how he knows or why he knows. To learn respect for each other. Well, I see the respect from your end, and I'm struggling to see it from his end. Um, Guides, what do you? I see that you're stuck. I see that, it's right, as it is, as it stands, right? It's not something that can be completed. Guides, can you tell me, just without even cards, can you please tell me, um, is that because of his beliefs, or are you talking about his beliefs, or are you guys talking about your higher viewpoint of what's going on? So you can tell me. Yeah, I don't want you to live like this either, hon. And I'll tell you how it feels, and you tell me if I'm way off. Because again, I'm coming in the middle. But just based on what I'm feeling and hearing, do you feel like you've been treated fairly in this situation? It doesn't feel or sound to me like you have been treated fairly in this situation. And it seems like it happened way before this in smaller ways. And I suspect that's why they were like talking about, connecting to your other people and to, I'm even hearing it, and to find, even new groups to socialize with and new things to do, because you don't deserve to be like, yeah, I didn't think you did, hun. Because it was just like, I don't understand, because I'm coming in, in the after you guys have broken up and I have not met you before, right? So it was like, I don't see anything here that says, you did something dramatic and then he is potentially overreacting, but it is to something very painful that was done to him. That's not what I'm seeing or hearing at all. It seems like something fairly simplistic was going on, and there's been a big deal made out of that. Now, whether that's because he just doesn't really know if he can move forward, to me, it feels like he's been gaslighting you, and before this, and also, just as somebody, again, who knows how loved you in the universe, like, honestly, you don't have to take that shit. Like, there's so many better partners. I was looking at you in the cards thinking, my gosh, like, this woman is a keeper, and so this other person's an idiot, and probably an idiot that will regret it at some point. But the thing is, do you care? Like, when you move on into your future and you're with somebody who does not freeze time and trap you in the middle of a breakup where you can't move on, and you can move on, I just think it's going to have to be without his input, at least for now. Like, the world is so crazy. Like, no one ever said people can't circle back around eventually in time, right? But right now, as things stand, this is not a situation that is good for you or kind to you. And so, like therapists say, even people that decide to move forward, it still, their old relationship is dead and gone, and they have to start completely over when there's been like a big breach like this, right? And rebuild something new together. Oh my gosh. See, that's left at 3 a.m. So yeah, see, the gaslighting makes sense because they kept talking about gaslighting, right? So you had an argument. He wandered away in the middle of the night. And then when he showed up, you were like, hey man, I need a minute. And so he's going and saying, hey, she kicked me out forever. No, that's not what you did. You took some time, and yeah. No wonder it was like right away. Yeah, well, that's way off, babe. Like, I don't need guides to tell me that, um, somebody who was supposed to be your partner. You're living with this person. You're together for years. You don't know. You have an argument. It doesn't sound like a life changing argument either. Just an argument, and he sort of overreacts by storming out, and then you say, hey, no, you can't storm back in, I just need a minute, and he goes and then blows the whole thing out of proportion, and then you find out that you don't really know anything about his financial realities, and you go to people that love him, the way that you have, to see if you can resolve things or get an answer, because he won't give you one. I mean, what else were you supposed to do? If you needed answers, like, hey, this person I've been with all these years has disappeared over this small thing. And after 6 years, you talk to, I mean, I understand, like, if you were snooping around or whatever, but, like, the thing still is, you were together for a while, and you knew his best friend and his family. You know they care about him, and you went to speak to him. It's not like you were trying to unearth big secrets or whatever. You were trying to talk to other people that loved him. You didn't, like, blast it on social media or tell strangers or gaslight. And at that point, I mean, people, of course, feel differently about their privacy, but, like, again, his family and his best friend weren't going to tell you things he told them not to tell you, first of all. And so you can't invade his privacy in that way. Plus, honestly, if you're living together and building a life for that long together, of course, people deserve some of their own intimate, knowledge or whatever. But on the whole, you should be allowed to know him. This man, I lent him money. I kept asking for it. He never gave me any. He gave me 3,000 towards the amount he owes. I do. Okay, I'll tell you, I was worried that you, like, were somebody that was coming really hoping to hear it was going to be mended. Like, and I'm glad to see that you recognize, because that scares me, like, as a reader, right? Like, I'm going to tell the truth, and I told you the truth, but like, if some people really want me to say they're going to change overnight and it's going to be all sunshine and roses, and I can't say that if the guides don't say that. This person, I don't know why. Yeah, let's ask. We'll ask. I mean, I can tell you, I don't know if he's a clinical narcissist, right? Like, but the fact that, like, you guys are enduring all of this, I could hear and see the gaslighting in the cards and in the things you're saying. And then, like, he showed up as cold-hearted, not invested, somebody who thinks he has choices, and then also only ever giving, like, feelings or intuition as his whole reason for doing anything and not explaining himself to you. It's disrespectful. Guys, could you please show us why is Nixon handling things in his relationship like this? Do you guys want, which one of these do you want? Like, they all fell. We just want to know why. You guys could shed any light for her on why he's like that. I'm already hearing it. Okay, clarifiers. Okay. Let me see what you said. Yeah. So, of course, I am not a diagnostician, right? Like, I'm not a psychiatrist, but giving some clarifiers. But, like, sort of what this generally right here says is he's a chronic user. So when I said why, it was like why in this relationship, like why has he done this, right? You looked reliable and steady to him, like and someone he could keep secrets from. He also doesn't feel emotional pain in the same way necessarily that guides. Are you saying it's the same way she does, or the same way that most people, like the average person? Are you saying he doesn't feel emotional pain the same way the average person does? Yeah. And honestly, did you no, you already said this. I was literally just about to say sorry, because sometimes I read the comments, but I try to stay connected to the guides. I was about to ask, were you sort of his sugar mama, but you've already told me that you lent him money. So this right here, right, this is like when I asked why, it was like you looked great to him in all ways, right? Like he thought you were attractive and stable and doing well, and but also that he could hide things from you. Because guides, before I say this out loud, I want to verify. Okay, yeah, they want me to say it. He could hide things from you because you in the past in your life have been like sort of emotionally healthier than he has been, and so you don't automatically, that it's that whole thing where like cheaters assume everybody is cheating, right? And thieves assume everybody is stealing, because people just automatically, and in good ways too, like people who give a lot of gifts assume everybody gives a lot of gifts, but people just always assume everyone's like them, right? So they're saying because you were sort of more stable and established and like emotionally healthy than he was, he sort of, and this is on a subconscious level, but he sort of knew that he could like hide things and lie, because you wouldn't be expecting it. You wouldn't be expecting somebody who's claiming to be, and again, this is subconscious. I don't know that he necessarily sat down and was like, mwah, ha, 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 right? But it's, it's giving, it is giving narcissist. Yeah, I mean, I'm not saying like I'm sorry, I'm responding to what you said about he got too comfortable. Yeah. And he works. Yeah, like they're not saying like he's like non-functioning. It's just that on a subconscious level, right? Um, he knew in some ways that you wouldn't be suspicious of some of just the weird little things he's done sort of always. Is it fair to say sort of always throughout their dynamic? In all of his dynamics? Yeah, in most of his dynamics. It's not like it's just you, right? He has treated a lot of people sort of in this way. And maybe it's even a little subtle, right? But it's there. And this whole like not feeling emotional pain in the same way, that's interesting to me, as well. Like when you ask like what's off here, what's off is, gaslighting was like big throughout the whole thing. But again, I want to reiterate, it's not just you. It's not like he just chose you to mistreat. This is the way he is. And um and he does seem pretty driven by, maybe it's not literally money, it could literally be money, but it's also just about like things, right? Like having things and looking like, and appearances, right? Like more so than, he's more interested in how it looks from the outside than how things really are on the inside. Does that ring true for you? They're saying it should, um, likely ring true going back farther than you even think in your relationship. Yeah. Yeah, that makes some sense. That you called things out and he ran because, like the facade is gone, right? And if he's if his primary interest in life is having that facade, of course he's not going to keep you around, and he's going to cut things off and make it seem very dramatic and like, something went horribly wrong and people shouldn't be communicating with you. Because the thing is, if people communicate with you, the gig is up, right? The jig is up for him. Like, if people really sat down and listened to what your experience was, right, he would be losing, you know what I mean, other people that he has the wool pulled over their eyes. And I'm sorry it's taking me long to get to this, but like I always, it was there in the first 5 cards, but because I don't know you, I didn't want to just leap in and be like, girl, he broken. But I did sort of initially say like, hey, as a big sister, like, why are you letting him treat you that way? Because I could see it, but I didn't know how you were gonna feel about it. There's no part of you that is crazy for seeing him for who he is now. you're not like, if that's something that's ever run through your mind where you're like, is it just because I'm angry? Is it just because we're apart? No, you're not making up these things about him in your head. They're things that have gone on for a while. And I'm sure, like everyone, like there's no person that's just all bad. You guys probably have had good times together, certainly it looked good, right? And probably was a lot of fun because people that are focused on outward things definitely like go out to have a lot of fun and things like that. But in terms of the contents of what happens on the inside of him, of your relationship, the private life, like things aren't healthy. And that's not something that you deserve or need. And I know, like, it makes even more sense now why they were like, love yourself and connect to your other loved ones, right? Because I'm sure they're so hoping that, like, yeah, because I'm sorry, I said yeah because they're talking to me as well, the guides and things. But they sort of were saying the sooner, you can connect more to the people that you love, that love you, the sooner you'll feel the true health of that, right? The pulse of what that healthy friendship and love feels like without him interfering in it. And you'll be pretty happy pretty quickly, it seems like, if you allow it to click with those other people. Oh, really? See, I wonder if did anybody call him out on like letting you handle business? Could that be part of it too? I still think too, and I'm hearing, right? Like his facade is so important. And if you knew about it, like more so than he realized, of course he's going to freaking panic. Yeah, he is malicious to you. I mean, that was clear from the beginning. Like, that's why that very first card, I was like, why are we letting him, why are we letting him, like that was a really cold thing to do, to like have a fight and then completely like just sort of poof, right? That's really cold. And you don't deserve that. And there are so many good people in the world that probably are looking for someone like you. Um, so what question can we ask to help you get unstuck? Like, advice? Do you want advice from them how to move forward? Because I do think that's the advice they've been giving, is to move forward without him. I mean, I know, like, when we invest that, certain amounts of time in people, right? Like, it's hard, and we think maybe I should double back and see because I put so much time and effort into that, right? But the other thing is, just because something is not forever doesn't mean it didn't hold value, both in lessons that you've learned and in experiences you got to have. It also doesn't mean, just because he's broken, it doesn't mean that he didn't care or doesn't care about you. But he's broken to the point where it's really not healthy for you. Initially, everyone empathized with me. So when he did get to speak to them, he says he did damage control. I bet he did. And the thing is this, like, damage control to him means lying about the situation so that he doesn't look like the person who's making the mistakes that he has. Like, you know, I'm sure no one's going to hate him, right? If they knew the truth, they would just think, oh man, you're broken. Like, how can we help you get out of that? But the fact still is, he's not very healthy, himself, nor for you. And the thing is, if he was healthy and healthy and good for you, and this was just a big misunderstanding, he wouldn't have to do damage control, because whatever you said would just be about a misunderstanding you guys had, rather than him needing to totally cover himself for all sorts of things that he's done that aren't good. Okay, I mean, I don't know. I am assuming, yes, that he thinks he can come back whenever he wants. Oh, will he try to? Okay, let's find out. Guides, will Nixon at a certain point try to come back? I'll tell you what the guide said. We'll see if the cards match. Usually they will. They just said, yeah, as soon as he sees that she's moved on. Right? Not before then. Like, if you're still like in limbo, right, and you're still stuck, like, that's fine with him. But that's what they said. Like, they said that as clear as a bell. Yeah, as soon as he thinks she's moved on and is happier and healthier, like, that's when he's going to do it. Let's see what the cards are going to say. So, guys, is Nixon going to try to get back together with Darian at a certain point? Will he try to do that? All right, a whole bunch came out. I'm asking just for a few more cards, but it's literally already there in the first two. Yep. All right. Yes. As soon as he sees that you are headed to a place of health and safety and comfort, he'll mentally leap in. But this is like a mental thing, right? To try and get in your head about things. Pretty much as soon as um, things are clear for you and you're back to being the star in your own life, and he knows or believes you're totally done, and you're back socializing with a happy life, and he's not there, and he knows you don't believe his lies, that's when he'll try. Well, the good thing about this, that's when he'll try, which is honestly like, if you, I know that you're more entangled in this because this was your partner, but if this was happening to one of your girlfriends or your sister, wouldn't you be like, girl, run? Go get that happy, joyful, headed back home to a really healthy place. Go be the star in your own life. Go have this lovely, social, loving life and this wonderful time that's going to happen for you. And don't let him mess it up. I understand there was love. I get that. And the problem with love, and it's a beautiful thing, right, is that we are humans when we're doing it, and none of us are perfect. And some of us are more broken than others at different times in our lives. Sometimes maybe we're less broken, more broken, or whatever. And so I don't doubt that there was love, but how much can he really feel right now, like as broken as he is? And also, have you thought about court? Because I'm sorry that he's upset he had to pay you what he owed you, but clearly he believes he owes you, or he would have never done that. He wouldn't have just given you $3,000. But have you considered claims court? Honestly, actually, I think that's above the amount of money where it's even small claims. I think that's big claims. And if he owes your mom and sister, like, you guys could all go probably in. I'm not an attorney, so. I just asked the guides, um, did they see other partners for you, right? And what are they like? And their answer was absolutely. But the first one we see for her is herself, right? Like, that's something that needs to be on the pathway, is is loving yourself, because just like with all manifestation, right? Whatever we think or are doing, we manifest more of that, right? So, of course, they would advise you to like love yourself, take care of yourself, pamper yourself, give yourself beautiful like friends and experiences, because when you do that, right, then that's the energy you create. So then that's what you draw. Then you draw a person into your life that also wants to love you and pamper you and have wonderful, healthy experiences with you. Do you have, first of all, like, again, I'm an attorney, but like, if you have any receipts at all, like, you guys could go to court. Guys, what does it look like in terms of her getting her money back. Like, can we just do 2 or 3 that tell us right away? Well, things look good about you getting your money back. Can you show us like what she might have to do in order to do that? Can you show us what she needs to do in order to get her money back? But yeah, you can get the bulk of it back. Like, that's the sun. That's a really good, it's like a strong yes, basically. What will she need to do in order to get her money back? So it was like, yes, it looks good to get your money back. And I was like, what does she have to do? And it was like, not just, you know, work and home, take a leap, act on things you already. And then they were saying something like in my head about things you already know how to do. I don't know what, if you are just a really good record keeper or if you know things about law at all or whatever. But it's sort of like you totally know what to do in order to. You guys talking about like legally? Can you show me a card that would tell me yes or no about that? Yeah. Judgment. Namira, it was wonderful to see you. I'm sorry, I had a rough health month, and it sounded like you maybe did too. So I missed you, girl, and I really look forward to seeing you again soon. Um, I'm hoping to be back sometime soon. Pixie too. But it's been really good to see you, and I look forward to you coming back, darling woman. Well, okay, so yes, okay. To me, it looks like, first of all, so it looks like you sort of know what to do, and like you said already, I think you said you brought him up in court, and then it was like judgment is here. So to me, that says probably like that's going to be the the easiest way to get your money. Now, will he get his karma, or maybe the next relationship will hurt him as he did me? So before we ask that question, I'm going to ask you, do you want to ask that question? Because I want good things for you, and some of the best things that will come for you is, like, and I know you're, of course, like you're mad and you should be mad. Honestly, let that anger carry you all the way into a beautiful future, right? But, you know, uh, moving forward happily is the best revenge you can give him. And I don't, first of all, based on what we've seen here, I don't know if he can get hurt in the same way, right? Because if he's always gaslighting, and he's gaslighting himself too, he'll have himself convinced no matter what somebody does that, that he's in the right somehow. He does that weird mental gymnastics that allows him to be in the right in his head. And so I don't really know if he can get hurt in the way that maybe you can, but that's not a good thing. That, you know what I mean? You're having a healthy emotional response to things. I'm not sure that he necessarily can. However, you moving on into your bliss and not engaging in any like dramatics with him, that would hurt him. Like that alone is going to hurt him, right? Because he's living for how it looks. He's living for the drama of it. And you living like happy and peacefully will drive him bats. And karmically speaking, yes, we attract to us the things we feel like, the things we're doing, the things, you know, we think about, that kind of thing. So he, right now, based on what he's generated, right, he's going to draw somebody who's just cares about appearances and money and you know, that kind of crap. And you know, I don't think he really probably knows what that's like because he's had you for a long time. You know, helping tend to him, right? And that other type of person, the person like him that he's going to draw in, is not going to be somebody that takes care of him, like, because it's all about for them how it looks too. So I think it's like more like he's going to be shocked, right? Like once you've really let go, moved on, found a wonderful person, first of all, in yourself and in your friends, which then will lead you to a happier relationship dynamic. And when you truly have given up, right, so that you can move forward, honestly, that's going to be the bigger shock, right? When he has potentially like a new person around and they're totally like him and he can't get any like tender love and care. Yeah, I understand that. I totally get why the hurt side ponders. And I think that it's always fair to say, like, you know, how people say, may you have the day you deserve, that kind of thing. Like that's a fair thing to think and to feel about it, right? I mean, you have the dynamic you deserve, right? But then don't let your inner self be the one responsible for that happening to him. The universe will totally take care of him and the things he needs to learn. And just let the universe and all of the energy in the universe that loves you so much take care of you. And at a certain point, and I don't think it'll be that far in the future, once you really let yourself just absorb all of the love and you've healed a little bit, I don't think you're going to be thinking about him the way you think. Well, if he is drawing people to him like him, and he's used to, you know, borrowing money and that kind of stuff, it doesn't really seem like it would last long, right? Because they're going to be they're going to be two people that think they can play each other, right? And when he can't feed off of them because they're trying to feed off of him, I mean, really, how long is that going to last? I mean, maybe longer than we think because they're dumb and it takes them a minute to figure out they're not fooling anybody, right? But not long. That stuff doesn't last long. And even if it did, would it be genuine? Would there be genuine joy or happiness in that? Like, that sounds so vacant to me. I bet he does to some degree. Like I said, I know not everybody, like no one is all bad. You know, people that have made really big mistakes in the world still are human beings, you know, and I'm talking really big. They're human beings and they're not totally devoid of merit. But that still doesn't mean you deserve that, right? You deserve something way better than that. Like, it's good that he regrets it. Like, good for him. Maybe he will grow a little at some point from that. But you, my dear, deserve so much more than that. Rather than the twisted fable that, he's written for the two of you, right? Where, like, he's even rewritten your breakup, right? Telling people that you put him out, telling people, you talk to them, and then he cuts that off clearly with some sort of lie or facade or whatever, and so that's a twisted fable, right? Where a lot of it isn't real, it's just how it looks. Rather than that twisted fable, like, you should move on into your actual fairy tale era where you are, first of all, you love yourself, but then secondly, you draw in somebody where you can have a fairy tale. And the story you tell is a fairy tale because of mutual respect and love and putting equal energy into the relationship. So it's not twisted. It's not fiction. It's just your story, but it's good and it's quality. And so, when I was a younger person and I would have breakups or whatever and say, but I love them and they love me, right? Older people would say, I don't doubt that, right? But sometimes love isn't enough. And I would struggle as a young person to really understand that. Like, it was like, how can love not be enough? And, now, of course, I know that, first of all, there's multiple types of love. And if you, Carrie Ann, feel deep, genuine, healthy love, and you're with somebody that can't, that doesn't mean there wasn't love, but it doesn't mean it's the ideal situation for either of you, especially you. You deserve more than that. And, so while love is very, very important, so is respect, right? And honesty and dignity and admiration. Like, love is important, but liking your partner, I've had some people say, like I say about some people I've dated or whatever, yeah, I love them, but I like them. And people are like, okay, that seems like you're backtracking. And it's like, no, because there are a lot of people that we love either because we were born into the same family and so we sort of have to love them, but we have too many differences, so we don't really necessarily like each other. And that means you maybe don't agree on things and that kind of stuff. You deserve to have somebody that you like, right? You like and admire and really love the things they're doing, not just for you, but for the world and at their job and how they treat everyone around you. Like, you deserve that. No. Can he give you back, first of all, can he give you back 6 years and $11,000? I mean, come on. Like, what a jerk. You can't give me back 6 years. Dude, you can't even give me back my money all in one fell swoop. You could have just given it all to me at one time. Why are you complaining to me about these years? You're just mad because I see you now. I have grown, older through the time we've been together, and I see you. And I love you, but I don't deserve to be treated like this. He is not owed his 6 years back. And, years from now, maybe even months from now for you, right? Like you'll be in that situation where you can be like, I'm grateful for the lessons that taught me. I'm grateful for how that situation reminded me how important it is to love myself and um, and to understand that there are great partners for me out there, and sometimes I may have to wait a little bit, but it's totally worth it. And also we had fun times, so I'm grateful for that, right? But I'm so glad I'm not there, right? Like, screw him in his 6 years, honestly. What is it else he was going to be doing in that time? Like, if what his favorite hobbies are gaslighting and borrowing money. I know that's not all he is. I'm just saying, for a guy that won't come back and communicate with you, he sure seems to get a lot of messages that are mean through, though. However, I don't know how he's doing that. But yeah, I'd be like, you give me all my money back, I'll refund you for some of those years. That's so silly. I mean, think about that for a minute. Like, that's a really ridiculous childlike thing to say. That'd be like a parent, because again, this is a person that was supposed to be in a loving relationship with you, right? So that's like a parent saying to their child, where are my last 18 years? Like, what? No, you stepped into this dynamic willingly. Whatever your reason is none of my business at this point. Like, to me, because I can see that you're a little bit broken, and I'm sorry that you're broken, sir, but you are. I don't know why you chose to do this, but you chose to do it every day. So you owe yourself 6 years, not me. The audacity. The audacity. I'd be like, boy, I could start a stand up career repeating the things you've been saying to me. So when you see me on the TV, I'll give you a little wave. Can I ask this? Yeah, the audacity, right? I mean, seriously, but you really could. Some of this stuff you're saying he has said is so ridiculous. You could really do stand up and probably make some serious money. What do the girls, your sister, your mother, the other women, I'm asking about women first. I'm not saying men's opinions don't matter, because there are plenty of amazing men in the world. But what do your girls say about him? I'm just curious. Are they happy for your freedom? I'm sure they're wanting you to feel happier. I mean, because they love you, right? But like, are they privately doing a little dance that you've managed to escape his clutches? That sounds more dramatic than it is, but I don't know if we got disconnected or if my sound was down or whatever, or if there could be a lag too. I'm not sure. Oh, you missed Pixie leaving? Yeah, she she get excuse me, she gets to meet one of her kids' boyfriends for lunch tomorrow. And so she messaged just quietly like, "Hey, I need a nap before that lunch." I'm really glad you came in, Crystal. I hope you come back and see us again. And would love to at some point take a look at like what your future love looks like. But right now, I know that the guys, would kick my ass for doing that because they want you to just be hooked up with yourself, doing like new things that you love to do, being with your other loved ones, those kind of things. But I know, like they mentioned, there being some really like once you connect into that love for yourself, like girl, you already have like other parts of your life locked down, right? Job stability, reliability, that kind of thing. Once you hook into that and start doing a few other social things that you either used to love to do or something new, there are so many options for you. And so I'm excited to see what that says here a little bit down the road. But it's been lovely to meet you. And I'm sorry that sometimes I'm the bearer of bad news, if it was bad news, but honestly, again, from old lady standpoint, girl, you deserve so much better. You're going to get it too. Because you're totally lovable. Good. I'm glad you will. All right. So love to you. I think I'm going to kill the stream at this time too. I don't know who else is sitting here parked. If you're parked because you're hoping to chat or get a reading, please raise your hand now or forever hold your peace, or, hold your peace till tomorrow when we try and stream again. But otherwise, I hope everyone is doing well and have wonderful days, afternoons, evenings, nights, depending on your time zone. And I'm sending everybody, of course, love and light and extra hugs and kisses. And we look forward to speaking soon. It was wonderful to meet you, Crystal. We look forward to seeing you again.